So, having returned to Berkel, you all began to discuss the next step before you received a visit from the champions of some of the gods who opposed Anaklisi. Following a brief interaction with them, it was revealed that Azimuth's antagonizing was quickly backing Anaklisi into a corner. In her anger, Anaklisi made the executive decision to come clean to not only her, but to the entire two pantheons at the same time, and thus revealing her true role and intent as well. With the Chronicle's purpose now revealed, Anaklisi's action forced her into a seeming hibernation of sorts. Shocked by the degree upon which she had been wrong about Anaklisi, Azimuth immediately sought to make right. In the process, she revealed to you all her true nature as a concerned, mortal-loving being who had merely made a very poor judgment and even worse decisions, as well as an old and very close acquaintance of Jazimal. She then told you all of the plans she had helped form to undermine Anaklisi's influence, giving you a tremendous advantage in your efforts of seeking to undo them. Azimuth revealed there to be 4 major groups working to bring the other goddess closer to oblivion. One in Niposkamenos in the false town of Ovnestis, to the south of Verisim. One combining currently Sradag for a church of the Chronicler, or rather coming Sradag for a church of the Chronicler that they know is somewhere there. Another seeking to undermine the church in the Ramal al-Zaman Empire, and a final one somewhere in Thulai Perelth. With nightfall now present and a discussion to plan your next move interrupted, you all decided to put that matter aside for the night in favor of some much-needed rest. You all agreed to instead reconvene in the morning the next day to discuss the newly presented information and plan your next move accordingly. But that's not quite where we begin, as one of your nights was not quite as peaceful as the rest. Bosk. You suddenly snap awake. However, as you open your eyes, you're met with a bright light that stings. While you're adjusting to the lighting of your surroundings, you notice you're also on a cold surface. And as your eyes slowly begin to adjust, you find yourself lying in a hallway of light blue tiles with sleek metal sheets along the walls. It takes a few moments, but you then suddenly realize where you are. You have no idea how you got here, but you're most definitely back in the AAL-F-01 ruins somehow, and by the looks of it, in the workspaces. However, you immediately feel that something's not right. Looking to your east, your concerns are immediately realized as you find a barricade going deeper into the facility, broken inward into the workspace area. Large poolings of blood also appear to come up from the eastern hallway, and then
There's a new tab on the map.
And then lead north at the intersection ahead of you. What do you do?
Do I have Katai Gita with me?
You do not.
In that case, I would like to attempt to recall it.
As you sit there and you summon forth the energy that you've tried to do once before to make sure that you're used to it, and there's no response.
Would I know what the potential cause for this?
Roll Arcana.
Oh boy, only took 20 seconds for things to fucking escalate.
I mean, I'm assuming that the reason you can recall it is because of that whole fog thing that like blocked the divination and stuff.
That, or this is some dream shenanigans, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the other possibility I was thinking of. In any case, it seems very likely you wouldn't be able to.
That's a 16.
See, what you know of the staff is that You can summon it to you from any distance, so long as you're both on the same plane of existence. You greatly suspect that presently you are not on the same plane of existence as Katagira.
Right. Then Bask would carefully block his the nasal orifices that he has, and kind of look around him, see if there's any other route other than the very non-conspicuous
Bloody trail.
bloody trail to the east.
So you take a look around, and this looks to be exactly how you remember it, actually. The hallway up north leads to a dead end of a cave. To your west is the door to the what you suspect were teleportation pad things.
I would like to go and check that door.
In the north.
All right. So you walk up to the door, and nothing happens.
Right. Why am I here? Bask would then...
You realize something, that you don't have anything with you other than your clothes.
Not even the... Okay.
Essentially, you have on you precisely what you fell asleep with.
So, okay. Fun. So my spell book is currently in somewhere in a fucking lantern plane. Cool. That his boss would start slowly walking forward, blocking his nasal orifices towards the east.
And by the way, do like warlock lantern thingies like count as an alternate plane?
That is a good question.
Good question, indeed.
I'll have to look into that later.
Yeah, because
I believe it's a pocket dimension.
And yeah,
No.
it would be a different plane.
Yeah,
Now,
it's like a demi-plane.
as you approach the hallway intersection, you see that the blood leads all the way down the hallway to the east. To the north, however... Well, you're not quite there yet.
Chat.
Do I just hear the ominous ambiance that was
Yep,
present, like back when we were
it
here for
is
the first time?
precisely how you remember it. As you look around, you're pretty sure this is real.
I would like to punch myself.
Make an unarmed attack.
Against
To check
yourself
that
with
this
advantage.
is- to check that this is not a dream.
you take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Or punch or
just roll
poke or-
damage.
Yeah. Punch or poke or
The
something.
damage
I
will
don't
be 1 plus your strength modifier.
know. God damn it. Why can't I be a fucking scrawny boss again?
So, just to make sure,
That's 4
you take
damage.
take a moment and you just reel back and just punch your snout as hard as you can.
With increased strength.
Hurt bad. You're like, oh. Yeah, you're not asleep.
You wish for a moment that you had your curse.
You realize for the first time just how strong you are now.
Kind of just rubbing the side of his snout a little bit. He then kind of realizes this is more than likely not a dream.
Yeah, judging by the boop of the snout, that hurt. That would probably have woken you up if you were sleeping.
Alright. What is this? Boss carefully, very candidly, walks forward.
As you do, you peeked.
Staying as close to the center of the hallway as possible.
Yeah. You peek into the area up north and you see absolute carnage. A figurative lake of blood and gore rests against all around the door to the exit. You figure going by the blood alone, to produce just this much, at least a dozen or more people would have had to be killed here. And unfortunately, you have a strong feeling you know exactly what caused this.
He swallows.
What do you do?
I would like to roll a perception check if there's anything of note that I would recognize
Go
these
ahead.
to be the TAS members we were with. If there's anything recognizable.
Take a look at the pools of blood around you, and you see that it's mostly just blood. So as you look further up, it's kind of hard to tell. You see that there are probably parts and limbs and such, but they're completely drenched in blood, so they're hard to identify from such a distance.
Any of those cool automatic firearms that they had? Anything like that?
Yeah, you see some bits of equipment laying around, particularly in the Lake of Gore up north.
But there's nothing else up north, just gore.
Just gore and pieces of equipment, probably clothing. It's just, it's a mess.
To put it mildly.
You'd have to get closer to get any more details.
No thanks. What's to my south? This brown thing, what was it?
Oh yeah, that's like a booth. You look in there and it's like the booth where you guys raided, and actually you take a look in there and it still looks very raided. Morzaver made no small effort in taking everything.
Bosk takes a moment to notice that his breathing is essentially picked up a bit, so he just takes a moment to calm himself down a little bit.
After a few moments, let's see.
Fine, that's woo.
The door suddenly opens, and over a dozen TAS enforcers storm in. And to your surprise, right on past you. And a few even right through you, seamlessly.
Hold on.
Wait, from where did they run? In?
Far west, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, from
No.
like the teleporter? Oh no.
Oh no, from the north.
Teleporter, yeah.
No, they came from the northern door.
Yes.
Okay, through the Lake of Gore. Got it. Lake Gore.
Yeah, see, and it is a lot of them just kind of like storm in through here. They run down the hallway.
The group pauses for a moment at the intersection before going down the hallway to the east.
And they're actually standing pretty much like right in you, actually.
Bosk would look to the east, try and see if there's anything there. Why this freaking volume of TAS enforcers is here, and trying
And
to
as you
figure
start
out what
moving
the
that
hell is
direction,
this.
they run past you and all the way Boop. And you say you follow them?
I'd like to first try and figure out, like, well, no, because like he would just go a bit closer, try and look past them to see as to what the hell are they running towards. Because
And you see
he's pretty
actually
sure he
off in the
knows.
distance on the other side,
Mhm.
Over the top of the stationary, you can't really see directly on the other side as much because the stationary is kind of in the way. But you see the door actually starting to open.
Where?
And very shortly.
To
The large containment door way
right.
at the end of the hallway.
Oh, yeah, that.
Mm.
That is.
And you notice, actually, Gerald walk around. And walks up to these guys and, stops, one steps forward, and they just seem to talk for a little bit.
Bosk picks up his pace.
As you approach,
No. Why are you standing there?
And so as Gerald walks back around to the other side of the stationary, as effectively you make it up to where these guys are. So what do you do? Do you go to move past them, stay by them, or what?
So Gerald just walked like.
He
back.
just walked back to the west side.
How does the group of soldiers look?
They look kind of tense. They look. Actually, roll insight.
Yeah. How did the soldiers look, and how did Gerald look? Did I hear anything that they said?
No, you weren't close enough. You didn't catch up in time to be able to catch the conversation because you're pretty far away, and they were speaking pretty low by the looks of it.
All right. That's a 22 on insight.
Okay, so as far as the soldiers go, they're looking pretty firm, but you notice a few of them kind of in the back have a bit of a look of uncertainty to them, as in like they almost don't want to be here doing whatever they're doing.
Okay.
Let's see here.
very suddenly,
Boss, I need you to make. See.
I need to save disadvantage.
three dexterity saving throws.
Dexterity saving throws.
Can I use Quinn's mod?
No.
Wait, just normal or disadvantage?
Because as you see from the other side of the stationary and at the sides of it, very suddenly.
Yeah, that's a 5 total.
Yeah, you notice that the group of enforcers is very suddenly assailed by a barrage of magic. In particular, several fireball spells.
And you yourself find yourself unable to react as the whole hallway is bathed in an inferno. But strangely, you're unharmed.
Despite clearly not being able to get out of the blast, the fire did not burn. Nor was it hot, nor did you feel anything.
But you watch as the magical inferno fades. The entire hallway where the enforcers are is now utterly charred, including the enforcers themselves, who are now burned, charred corpses. Even from this great distance, it is easy to tell that none of them survived the hail of attacks.
Yeah, they are extra crispy.
Nice. I'd like BBQ sauce with that.
With the enforcers no longer standing in the way, you actually notice yourself, who's now walking in your direction, as well as all of your other companions though you don't see Codex. You notice there are actually more people than when you actually came through here. The 4 enforcers that were with Geralt are with you all, as was 2 more individuals, a high elf man and a high elf woman. Both are similarly dressed as Geralt with long white overcoats.
And they walk on past you.
Do I recognize the 2 like half-elven persons?
Roll history twice.
I mean, these are separate from Minerva, right? Because there's the
Yes,
It's regular Minerva.
these are 2 high elves separate that you've never seen before. And as they walk right past you,
1623.
yeah, you kind of follow them as they walk past you, you know, getting a good look at their face, you know, and just in general, you've never seen these 2 individuals before.
You're pretty sure you would have remembered them if you saw them. But you're pretty sure that you've never seen either of them. You can't help but wonder where they were, why they're now here with you all.
Make a perception check.
Alright. 23.
With a
23 total.
23, it's
22.
so obvious you actually almost missed it. Merg doesn't seem to have his pink bow from Cinephon with him. Rather, he has his old bow instead for some reason.
Now,
Yeah.
wood. Do we look like... what do we look like?
You look like
Do we look like we're attempting to fucking murder face?
Well, considering
Maliciously.
you just murder-faced an entire group of enforcers, yeah.
You look.
Bosk would like to go to the east past the containment room.
Alright.
All the way to check up on the lightning core.
Alright, so as you walk through there, you make it to the end of the containment center, but then you realize you don't have a key. Because you remember, as one door opens, the other closes.
What does the containment room look like with the...
You notice, in comparison, you can tell there was a battle here. Because you actually see a dead enforcer and parts of maybe 1 or 2 others. And a whole
one or
lot
two
of
what?
blood.
Sorry, 1 or 2 what?
1 or 2 other enforcers.
Ah.
Judging by the condition of the room, you think it's pretty safe to assume that this is where that thing was fought. Because compared to the rest, there was a struggle here that did a lot of damage to the room. You see like magic scarring, damage from very obvious spell collateral. Yeah, this is where that thing was fought, in this hallway.
What the hell? What are you doing, me? Everyone. Bosk would then hurry back to see if he would still catch them.
You actually get a bad feeling almost sinking in your gut, considering you see some dead people there, and Codex is missing.
Mm.
You can only really assume the worst.
Yeah. But I don't, just to clarify, I don't see Codex in the...
Yeah, you take a look around. Actually, roll investigation.
Yeah, because he would have looked around like, wait, where the fuck's Codex?
Yeah, in that case, roll investigation with advantage because you're taking a close look.
Yeah, realizing that I don't really have a key, and they would have probably secured the keys, Bosk would probably have come to the conclusion. Yeah, no, I'm looking for the feathery boy. Investigation.
Yep. At advantage because you're combing.
That's what.
So
Mm,
you
you
take a
much-
few minutes and you look around at the remains, and yeah, you find a body of someone, and it looks like the remains of two other people, enforcers. But you see no feathers, no anything whatsoever that would suggest that Codex was even here, or had fought or was hurt. However, exactly what that then means, you do not know because you cannot get to the other side of the door. You see what happened on that side.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Seeing as there's nothing else here, and knowing the mechanic, there's no way of getting through. Bosk would then rush back to the office spaces to try and catch the group.
You managed to make
You
it wait.
find- hold on.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Okay.
The hell kind of a twisted dream is this? We aren't like this.
All right, and as you get there, actually make a wisdom check.
Natural one, baby.
Nothing strikes you as odd. You just notice that they're here, but they look like they were talking, but now they then look to the north. See. Oh, here we go. Gerald then takes a few steps forward. Up over by the mess. Wait, I'm on the wrong thing here. Okay. Alright, I lost the spot, but I'm good now.
Good job.
Jared then looks around at the mess ahead. Looks like we found where the poor saps who remained made their last stand against that thing. Likely didn't want to risk it letting out. They opened the door behind them. While it may look the same as the others, made of much sturdier stuff. The decontamination door rings, the walls and doors are made of the same as well. Damn near indestructible, really. Thankfully, it looks as if it did stop it.
Geralt pauses before looking over his shoulders to the rest.
That word went back for us.
Jasmine shakes her head. I put 50 gold on it knowing. The fucker whispered would seem to be hints of our deaths at us when we moved past its door. Just the idea that it slowly went all the way back to that hallway after doing this to just wait for us. That's fucking terrifying. Let's just get the hell out of this place. As Jasmine then walks north towards the door, it suddenly opens, and two familiar figures walk in to stand in the doorway. A human
No
man
momento. Only so much at once.
in a very large overcoat.
Hold on. really wish I could have more than one thing copied at once.
Mm-hmm.
Cycle through this shit.
Yeah,
It would
that
be
would be
convenient.
amazing. Hi, Dependable. How are you doing? How's the wife and kids?
How is the murderous desire?
Intent. Yeah. I swear to God, I will fucking kill you if you made this scene just to show me Jasmal's death.
For some reason,
What
this
I
feels
do,
like-
man?
Yes! You
some
would, Puppet Master of Feels.
You know what this feels like? It feels like some sort of like alternate universe scenario where like what if
That's exactly what this is. This
Yeah,
is what could have been.
what should have been, I guess, like if we followed
No,
the normal
not
path.
should-
And,
because there's no normal path. These two plan way too much for there to be a quote unquote normal path.
I mean that's when I say normal path, I mean like the path they kind of like expected the campaign to generally take.
I guess. I mean, we did pick the option that was like 1 in how many fucking million?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we
One
can.
in- at this point, like 100,000.
Yeah, and like we pretty much like ran through a bunch of things, and we were very lucky with a lot of things. Like
So
and this thing, like the lack of a pink bow from Merg indicate that we didn't receive the gift from Cinephon, for example.
Yeah, we didn't receive the blessings.
yeah, that, and you also notice that that thing was fought way over there instead of here.
Yeah. Wait, how do
So-
I look?
You
I
all look
imagine-
like you just got in a fight.
No, I mean, do I look like Buffsk or Skronivsk?
You look like Skronisk.
Yeah, so we didn't get the blessings.
I'm guessing like this is like like much later and we have been like much higher level, like and we can like went in this place when intended, quote unquote.
I guess. I don't know how
Yeah.
the fuck we survived it, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Oh
How-
god.
How did it go again?
Oh god, it's a
Very-
duo.
Yeah.
Well, would you
Very-
look at that, Wind? It appears your hunch was right, after all. Then again, it generally is. I just didn't think they'd actually do it. Such brazen audacity.
No.
we weren't quite curious about that door, especially that one.
Wandering points to the other you.
He has a tendency to stick his snout where it doesn't belong.
At this, the other you moves forward to grab the seemingly frozen in fear Jasmal before pulling her back to the rest of the group and behind him. And as this is happening, Geralt walks forward before crossing his arms.
Alright. Geraldine looks at him. What the hell are you doing here, Dependable?
Mr. Dependable steps through the doorway, looking down to the blood he stepped in with a bit of a visible cringe. Ugh. Before quickly continuing across the lake of gore. Meanwhile, Wandering Wind simply walked through, seemingly giving it no mind. Dependable claps his hands together, once on the other side, before looking between yourself and your companions, and then to Geralt. I couldn't help but overhear that our new friends had decided to come down here, so seeing as I was already in the area, I just had to come say hello. So if you just excuse me for one moment, Mr. Evernuff, we won't be long. And as Mr. Dependable moves to walk around him, Geralt quickly holds up a hand, holding him in step.
No. While you may be in the upper ranks of investigation, your branch has no authority down here. All operations of official capacity on site are strictly under Field Branch's jurisdiction. So as the overseer in charge of this operation, I'm going to have to politely ask you two to leave. Now, I will use executive authority if I have to, so I'm not going to simply ask again.
Don't.
Dependable spins on his heel to face Geralt. Oh, that's right. You do have that, don't you? Well, at least you did. And have it until not more than a few minutes ago. I suppose you could say that little Matter's confirmation is what Wind and I were waiting for before coming down here. So allow me the pleasure to inform you that your branch no longer needs to trouble itself with those pesky delegated duties, authority, and privileges of the administration branch executive department. Mr. Pandable brings his right hand to his forehead, tilting his head back in a greatly theatrical gesture. Regretfully, all of this now falls on my branch, and worse yet, my department. As if my already given duties weren't work enough, they even saw fit to toss executive authority my way. Can you believe the unreal expectations of these people? It's hardly fair. However, I will do my best to carry out my new role to the best of my ability until further notice nonetheless. Though you can be certain I will most definitely be filing a complaint and requesting some time off after this. But until then, I suppose I should get to work. And my first order of business is to hereby relieve you of your station. Temporarily, of course. You're a hard worker and your position is irreplaceable. You do Thelma a great service. So enjoy your paid time off. You of all people certainly deserve it. Oh. He raises a finger and turns to the other field agents with you. Far be it from me to give your boss some paid time off and not the rest of you fine folk as well. So in acknowledgement of all your hard work, you'll receive 2 weeks paid time off as well, effective immediately. So go relax. Take a load off and spend some time with your families, which is certainly more than I can say for the unfortunate fellows on the floor around us. It'd be quite a shame for any more of you to have to join them, so let's just avoid that outcome entirely, yes? Geralt steps towards Mr. Dependable.
Now hold on, one.
Wandering Wind quickly cuts him off, stepping in front of Geralt and forcing him to take a few steps back.
I highly recommend you keep quiet over there. You don't want to test my patience or his authority.
Geralt lets out a frustrated grunt, moving to the opposite wall before leaning against it. He then looks to the other field members with you all and gestures to them to come to him. With a few annoyed grunts and defeated sighs, they comply, moving to join Geralt against the wall. To which Wandering Wind gives a satisfied nod. Having good muscle in hand is oh so very handy, Geralt. I recommend you find some to help you sometime. Also, worry not. I shall see to it that the job here does not go unfinished. So due to, extenuating circumstances, my colleague Wandering Wind here is hereby in charge of the overseeing of this operation. Now, Mr. Dependable then turns to the all companions, clapping his hands together as he does so, before reaching into his overcoat and pulling out his cane with a twirl. Whatever happened to those lovely gentlemen I sent to escort you all out? Seeing as they're not with you all, I can safely assume they won't be joining us for departure, yes? And where are my manners, pardon me? How are you all, fine folk? It is good to see that you are all well, though it would appear you're looking a little worse for wear. He then stares off into nowhere for a moment. Just how did you lot make it past 2 whole teams of enforcers anyway? Most curious, but certainly impressive nonetheless. Though with that said, he rests his cane down in front of him before leaning forward on it. I am so very disappointed. I had such big hopes for you all, I really did. You seem the upstanding, capable sort, and you would have been generously rewarded for just a little bit of patience. Surely, I thought, you would not do something so unbelievably stupid as going behind my back and trying to steal from us. He looks to the remains strewn about the hallway. And on top of that, your actions got so many of my colleagues killed. Their lives snuffed out far too soon than they deserved because of you all. Such callous greed. Comes to show, you really can't trust anyone these days. He tilts his head, a bit dejectedly. Now, what to do with you lot? We can't simply just let you go after everything you've done here. Not to mention the risks that it would pose if you were to potentially work with a field branch behind my back to give anything to the challenge project. That would be problematic. As he says this, the door up north opens once more, and a large degree of enforcers come streaming in the room. You notice there are quite a few more than the last group that you all encountered down the east hallway. Mr. Dependable then turns to them as they approach. Ah, excellent timing! I see you all have received your new orders. Oh, and do watch your step. It's a bit slick over there. Anyhow, it would appear that the other teams have met with some... He glances down over the blood. Unexpected resistance. So do be good lads and go pick up where they left off, yes? Don't worry, these fine folk over there appear to have cleared out most of the nasties you might find. Hopefully including whatever's responsible for this catastrophe. Oh, and be sure not to harm the high elf woman. Yet. Seeing as she's now conveniently here, we need to know precisely what she now knows and if she's somehow managed to get anything to the challenge already. Better safe than sorry, as they say. And as it just so happens, Wandering Wind has such a lovely way of getting information out of people, so do leave that ugly bit of business to him. See to things are handled here, yes, Wind? Wandering gives a rather half-hearted salute in response before waving his hand dismissively.
Yeah, I know the drill, boss. I'll catch up with you at the last site once we're finished here. Thank the gods it's close. The sooner we get out of Fortea, the better.
Mr. Dependable tilts his head with a frown. Yes, can't say how much fun on the place myself went. I swear, the amount of incident reports I have to review due to the royal family's badgering is daunting, to say the least. Those damned elves are obviously doing it out of spite. He reaches into his coat once again, pulling out his trademark hat with a rather impressive twirl, before placing it atop his head and giving a tip in Wandering Wind's direction. Wandering just rolls his eyes in response. No need to be such a stick in the mud, Wind. Things seem to be under control here now that our new friends are accounted for. Before I'm on my way, I suppose I should see these fine folk off first. Backstabbing, betrayal, theft, and being extreme disappointments is no excuse for me to be rude. Excuse me one moment, gentlemen. He turns to your companions and friends and approaches, clapping his hands together. Now, I suppose I do owe you some words of thanks for all that you have done so far. I am grateful for all your hard work, I truly am. With that said, shall we play a game? You watch. Mr. Dependable tosses his cane into the air with a hard twirl, causing it to spin rapidly as it races into the air. And you notice that almost everyone looks up at it. Meanwhile, he very suddenly draws his firearm from his coat with alarming speed before aiming it at all of you and rapidly firing 2 shots just as quickly. His movements are quick and fluid, they're almost mechanical. In fact, it happened so fast you barely even saw him do it. However, in the next moment, you watch as Jasmul's lantern shatters, the pieces turning into water as both she and Thordrain fall to the ground. all of your friends and the other you are immediately and understandably alarmed and seeming uncertain as to what just happened and how it happened for a moment. You're only aware of exactly what happened from having watched it unfold from a third-person perspective. Otherwise, you could have very well missed it too. How unfortunate. 2 innocent ladies gone because you dragged them into your little schemes. Such a waste. Dependable does a quick spin as he catches his cane on its way back down, before pointing a gun at the other you and your friends. Believe me when I say that I really didn't want to have to do this. We all had so much potential. It's a damn shame to have to snuff it out. Everything around you suddenly fades to black. Except for Mr. Dependable, that is. Or at least, that is how it was supposed to happen. Perhaps what would have happened might be more appropriate here. Hard to say, really. People can be so hard to predict sometimes, so you just never know these days. He then turns to you.
Hold on.
Okay.
What did he turn to, like, did he turn to Bafsk or Skronsk?
Bafsk.
Okay.
Sorry, what?
Totally
You did
ordinary. Totally ordinary executive, by the way.
I didn't hear that. It's fucking beef blower. What did Fives ask?
Which boss he turned to, and he turned to Bafsk.
When he did what?
When he just spoke. No.
When everything turned to black.
This is a literal real Mr. Dependable. The fuck? Who the fuck is
gritting his
Mr.
teeth.
Dependable?
At this point.
All right.
He
You're
turns
right there, aren't you? Mr. Dependable.
What did he say?
You are right there, Mr. Dependable. Dependable.
Well,
I'm
wouldn't you agree, Mr. Herkron? Or is it Busk? Either way, it's good to see you. You're looking rather well for a dead man. Just how is life after death, by the way? I simply have to know. Busk.
I would assume that you know enough. Already.
Da-da-da.
Nothing but death and decay follows you. Yet you look so jovial.
Just what are you implying, my dear Dragonborn? Nothing so gosh. But that aside, there's another question on my mind. It appears as if the entire world were just part of some grand choir. The hymn felt rather divine, as it were something of the gods. Was certainly terrifying enough. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this strange, mystical song, would you?
That is ironic coming from someone who is literally talking to a dead man in a dream.
I suppose it's a rather fantastical scenario, isn't it?
One way and the second, yes.
Vas, now that he's speaking to you, I found yourself struck by a bit of a realization. You've heard this manner of speech before. When you first heard him speak, his accent, while spruced with the conventional tongue, there were elements to it that sounded almost alien, unlike anything you've ever heard before. Words that you do not know the meaning to, yet he seems to know them perfectly. And there's one other person that immediately comes to your mind who spoke similarly. Olivia Williams. Her accent was much stronger, but you recognize them as one and the same, particularly in that strange word choice they would use.
Would I have recognized that it was Olivia Williams from the other side of the No More?
You have no idea where she's from.
No idea.
Okay.
Actually, roll history with disadvantage. You think about it, and you have no idea where this accent may come from. You know, because it's very distinct. But as far as you're aware, you can't think of anywhere on this side of the world it comes from.
But it's not like that I can't discern any of his speech. It's just it has a very exotic accent,
It
right?
has a very exotic accent. And Olivia Williams even more so, as in like you couldn't help but think like, where is this woman from? Mr. Dependable to a lesser degree.
That's two now. You wouldn't be acquainted to Olivia Williams, would you?
To what?
There's-
I can't say that name rings a bell.
Well, I can
What do you
tell
s-
that those. Well, you certainly are a lot more psychopathic. How would they put it in a common way? An
Psychopath.
efficient psychopath. Yes.
Well, now I'm curious. Just who is this person you're speaking of?
I wish I could ask. I wish I would have had you give me the answer. You see, us straight people don't exactly have the best memories. We kind of get wiped. But certainly you wish to show me something other than the death of Thordrain and Jasmal.
You could have told
And
me. You seem awfully lucid for one whose memory is wiped. But that aside, I simply wish to put on a bit of a show and demonstrate to you where the matters are. Make a point, if you will.
Do
And
not
I
cross
have-
Mr. Dependable, that is.
Say that again, I did not hear what you said.
Do not cross Mr. Dependable, that is. With a question mark at the end.
Among others, yes. You're a smart fellow, so I'll be straight with you. I'm after information. I'm trying to find out just what exactly happened down there. Because apparently you all didn't follow your own script for some reason. It's rather curious, really. I was quite surprised when Wynne was contacted by Geralt telling him that they found something particularly nasty down there. That thing. I read about that thing, and frankly, I'm amazed any of you managed to survive the ordeal. Though I do...
Trust me, all of us were just as surprised.
What I find rather curious that he would request just Wind and not myself. Perhaps you have some insight into that little change of plans? Or were you not in? Were you not on? If I could speak. The DM
In
could
on.
speak. Or were you not in on this little scheme to begin with?
Why don't you first tell me on whose side you are, Dependable?
Sigh.
You are one cunning person. That
Well,
much I'll
thank
give
you. I appreciate the praise, but really, I'm on nobody's side but my own. I wish, above all else, to ensure that things go smoothly for the TAS.
I'm
Because
inside
that-
him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Roll insight.
it's a fucking rogue. Like you're
On
probably-
which exactly? Because he said two different things there. In regards to looking out for himself and then these
I'm-
interests.
See, I'm on nobody's side but on myself's. That one.
Really insight.
The fuck am I inside? 3, I think. Hang on, do I have inspiration? I have. This is like the most stressed I've been during this fucking campaign. Yeah, I'm gonna use a point of inspiration if I can
Alright.
to look into his soul.
Alright.
Just curious on this.
Do
I
it.
have a theory that I've typed out.
I'm intrigued at how he's able to contact people in dreams, personally.
And there
Natural
are
19,
spells
not
for
bad.
All
that.
right.
I guess
So,
so.
as he says that, though, right before you think about it, and he genuinely seems to have no idea what the hell you're talking about, by whose side. And in regards to him saying his own side, seems to be genuine when he says that he is in fact looking out for himself and the interest of the TAS.
You say some
in short, he's not sure what you mean by what side are you on, and he seems to be genuine in regards to his interests.
You speak
Look
some
at
rather curious things. Just what have you been up to?
This is far too much to explain in just this fleeting moment, but to answer your question, no. I was not aware of the scheme, as you put it. I may have a good head and snout on my shoulders, but trust me, I am just about as baffled as you are currently.
Well, that's quite
If
a shame.
anything, I just learn new facts as things go on. Some which I promised to not tell to anyone, and I tend to hold myself to that.
Ever the professional, I see.
You're the one to talk.
It takes one to know one. Resist.
Whoever
Whoever-
smelt it,
Right here, Amy, this one.
Yeah. Da-da-da.
I swear, I'm gonna look back on this scene and I'm gonna be like, fuck, he said that, and that, and that, fuck!
Show me just to be sure. Okay.
And
But enough about me.
Minus
Okay. This one?
fucking leftist.
minus that.
Okay. But enough about me. Who exactly is this other person you speak of, and wherever did you happen to meet them? Oh, and for the record, this is all strictly off the record, and out of the books, by the way, as it is merely for my own personal curiosity. I try to make it a habit to not mix my professional and personal lives. So seeing as my motivations for this line of questioning are personal, they should remain as such. You have my word on that, and as they say, a man is only as good as his word, something I take very seriously.
What other person does he mean?
You
When
mentioned
you had mentioned
an
Olivia
Olivia
Williams, sounding similar
Ah,
to him. You
right.
actually roll inside.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if he meant like that or okay. Gotcha. That's a massive 8.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell that he certainly piqued up interest when you mentioned this person. So, you think this is genuine curiosity?
Okay, how old was Olivia Williams roughly?
Look to be.
You never got close to her. Wait, no, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I did. I very much got close to her face.
Yeah, never mind.
I saw the fucking. I saw the
Yeah.
scratches on her irises.
To look to be Look to be around middle-aged.
So like 30s, mid 30s,
Mm-hmm. That's what you can do.
mid 30s, like 40s. Okay. And dependable.
Dependable. It's kind of hard to tell with this guy. He looks
Of course.
young-ish. So he could be anywhere, and he's from his 20s or older. You don't really know.
All right. Watch as this is the fucking anime lolly logic, and he's actually 300 years old. You mean Olivia Williams, do you not?
Yes.
A curious case, that one. Appeared to be big on marketing. And big on blind faith as well. Funny how that word goes around these days as well.
Indeed. Whatever.
What I found interesting was that you two have a very similar, accent. Exotic, even. You're not originally from here, are you, Mr. Dependable?
He pauses for quite an extended period of time, which is
Right, this you.
okay. Well, that is an excellent question. I don't actually know.
What?
Are you gonna insight that?
Do you want to?
I'm almost tempted not to, but I will.
After a moment, he can, as I imagine, Bosk is just.
I will.
As I imagine,
Right
Bosk
here,
just
yeah.
has a visible exclamation point over him.
That's another 9.
He's pretty hard to read, but saying he's telling the truth.
He continues speaking. The question of just who is that brilliant man behind the Evelo moniker and where is he from? To be honest with you, I don't really know myself. It's quite a conundrum.
Now, I know that I am a rare sight outside of the mountain ranges of southern Nippos Kominos, but that just sounds ridiculous, Mr. Dependable.
I know. Just imagine what it must be like to be me. You see, my memory is very short. It only began on the coast of Marivoches around 20 years ago. I had no recollection of where I was from, nor how I came to those shores. Nor the reason why I had went there in the first place. I did not even know who I was. Apparently, as you've noticed, I speak very differently from other people as well. All I knew was that I had a very particular set of skills. Skills that came very handy with the kind of work that I'd pick up in due time. Honestly, it even scared me just how adept I was at, well, ending lives. Whoever I really am, or at least who I used to be, was very, very good at what he used to do.
Does this sound like anything like that would indicate deity shenanigans?
First, roll insight.
My little joke. Dependable as Liam Neeson.
Well, that is an interesting angle to Mr. Dependable.
I don't know
14.
who you are, but I will find you and I will.
He seems to be genuinely telling the truth, or at the very least, he's appears to be no effort to mask his tone or any tells anything. You're not positive, but you think he's telling the truth. That he genuinely doesn't know who he is or where he's from.
I have a very particular set of skills.
Do I know if there's any Wait, what, 20 something years ago?
Yeah, he said it was about 20 years ago.
In Marafortes?
Yeah, near Marafortes.
When did Time Mantra pop up?
Well, 300 years ago.
Or 100 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then.
As far as deity shenanigans goes, you have no idea. That's something that you really couldn't tell. You know that it is certainly possible and within the bounds of what deities could do, but as far as if they did, no clue.
He continues. I often wonder if I'm but a mere reflection of him, or if part of him still lives on vicariously through me. It's all quite existential, really.
You would make a great philosopher, I'll tell you that much.
Perhaps.
Scholars would have a field day with you.
Perhaps.
But... well, if you are looking for the betterment and... well, yourself as well as the success of TAS, why such boorish methods? Besides, look at this. Bask signals like are all around him. Can I attempt to identify if this is a spell or arcane magic?
You don't even need to roll. The fact that he's openly discussing you in this way, you are pretty certain this is the dream spell.
And I believe that's a 5th level abjuration? If memory serves.
You know that it is a 5th level illusion magic, and that it is a bard, warlock, and wizard spell.
I only use methods that function well. There's hardly anything boorish with that. Now, what would be boorish? There are many different other applications of this spell of mine. Ones I would certainly not care to utilize on you. I am a professional. Just who do you take me for?
Well, I suppose depriving one of sleep, for example, would be one good way.
Mm-hmm.
But just seeing as you, well, used the dream spell to come and talk to me.
It's ever so lovely.
What exactly is your goal, Dependable? No, that must go.
It is like I said. Dharma seeks to procure items of particular interest, to further the discovery of man and etc. kind. And Dharma's progression is my progression.
In that case, you have made a fair bit of progression. However, you do that to bottleneck the challenge project. To the point even where you would kidnap Minerva Schulde, the head of Magitech, for said challenge project. It is... if you would really wish to drive it to the ground, you would have ended her right there and then. Why bottleneck the project?
Things are rather sensitive over at Dharma presently. A lot of gosh matters I can't really speak much on at the moment. But suffice to say, that was not part of the plan.
What is? Oh, you mean the freaking the bottlenecking the funds and I guess just suffocating the challenge project.
Yeah, as he said, that was not part of the plan. But
Right.
apparently it's happening anyway.
All for the betterment.
Would you like to roll insight?
Yep. I was just thinking back on it, like, what the heck's going? Nani? Where the hell's my insight? Da, da, ba ba da ba da ba ba ba.
Skills that I've acquired over a very long career.
Uh-huh. Dependably confusing. 20. Not bad.
He's kind of hard to read, but he doesn't seem to be lying.
I'm so fucking tired of hearing that line already.
Well, essentially, Gerald said pretty much the same thing, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Dependable. Are you really human?
As far as I can tell. Looks down on himself as he says that. Is it? I mean, I certainly feel human.
Now, would Bosk know of any way to attempt to discern what a creature's true form is?
Not without your spellbook.
Uh-huh.
You motherfucker!
Seems you've had an interesting few days. I would imagine. When a giant dragonborn...
Bosk just gives him a deadpan look. Like,
when a giant
really?
dragonborn engages an air genasi in the streets in a battle of championing gods, word get around fast. Sounds crazy if you ask me, but when a quarter of Biracle gives mention of a brown-scaled, wizardly fellow, uncannily similar to how I recall you, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow that maybe, just maybe, it somehow really was you. Considering you're somehow miraculously alive, I suppose that would then answer that. Modern medicine truly is miraculous. It then gives you a bit of a curious look. Storm Herald, huh? Word is the Skybreaker herself grazed the good streets of Biracle. The Howling Gale too, supposedly. Even I know the implications this brings, so a mere investigation will not do for such grandiose claims. I need to hear it straight from the horse's mouth to ask the very man himself. Is what they are saying about you really true? That you are in fact actually the Storm Herald of Doriorano? Apparently the divine champion of Cinephon as well, if some of the hearsay is to be believed. Really, how long have you been hiding your true self from us? What other secrets does your merry little band harbour? Is that bard a god in disguise? The champion of Harmonia, perhaps?
Bosk just smiles to himself.
That is quite...
You know, I would not be surprised if I found out that he would be.
As you start saying that, you hear... That is quite enough, human of darkened origins. A warm ball of what light that is white forms beside you, before rapidly expanding, growing in measure several times greater than it appeared. Mr. Dependable visibly recoiled in shock before stumbling and falling flat on his ass. Staring wide-eyed as the light then begins to take shape.
Bosk moves to the side a bit and takes a knee.
Moments later, gradually fades to reveal Cinephon's massive form, the goddess now towering over the two of you, especially you. She looks down to the man with a small glare. You know not what powers you trifle with, mortal. You are but a mere lamb, wandering into the den of the mighty lion. To interfere with the sleep of a champion of a higher being is the pinnacle of foolishness, and to have the audacity to interrogate him as if he were some mere criminal is a height of arrogance. Know that your actions tread upon the very will of the Skybreaker and the Storm Queen both. So should you have any regard for the continued existence of your mortal coil, you will be wise to never again meddle in affairs of higher beings. Mr. Dependable scoots back several feet before he stops, climbing to his feet and sighs. Very well. That is my cue to leave. Good tidy. He pauses and looks to his hand in almost utter disbelief. What? How am I still here? A small chill goes down your spine as you watch Xenophon very briefly don an expression of mild shock before a look of anger, disgust, unlike any you have ever seen her wear since meeting her crosses her.
Inside.
Roll
you
inside.
motherfuckers.
Roll insight twice for both of them, or once for each.
Yeah, I am not falling for this fucking non-inside bullshit ever again. I do not intend to let Dependable get killed.
I'm very curious. Of why.
Bruh.
I'm gonna pretend that we didn't see that. Roll again.
Are you fucking...
After I'd be like, let him die.
3 natural ones!
Yeah, it's really hard to get a read of them. You look at it and Mr. Dependable looks fucking terrified, as in something not going the way it's supposed to go. And Xenophon, she looks pissed.
Hold on just 1 second.
Well, first
Yeah?
of all, you saw that she looked a bit shocked, and then mad. You even with that roll, you could tell that she's a little pissed.
Alright, just 1 second. I need to screen cap that.
If the, at least calm her down.
Alrighty. Okay, so continuing from that. Xenophon just booms out. You dare seek to leave the presence of a higher being made manifest before you have finished speaking with you. Furthermore, you have the audacity to speak out of turn. Does your arrogance truly know no bounds, human of darkened origins? Rather than my
Bosk.
words, let this then
Bosk.
serve as a reminder of your place.
Boss just like shows, like drives his freaking like hand across his like mouth and throat, kind of like shut up, Dependable, and listen.
He doesn't seem to notice you right now. He's a little distracted by an angry goddess.
Gotcha.
To be fair, that would be very distracting.
Xenophon begins to raise an arm and 2 fingers.
Lady Xenophon.
And in the same instant, white lightning begins to crackle and surge violently through almost the entire darkness above you all. The goddess then flicks her wrist downward, causing the unbridled fury of the Skybreaker to come crashing down on Mr. Dependable's form with a brilliant flash, forcing you to shield your eyes for a moment. As the light fades and you look back, you find Dependable to be gone. Xenophon turns towards you. Worry not. For as tempting as it was to end him here and now, I merely injured him somewhat greatly.
Now it's Bosk's turn to fall on his ass.
It's like, I only smited him a little.
Don't worry, I left him on 1 HP.
He's still technically alive.
He's probably wishing he wasn't for a while until he's healed up, but
Were this not more than half a century earlier by your calendar, I would not have shown such restraint to insolence of that caliber. For he has just learned a valuable lesson, that while normally attacking a messenger of a spell of this nature accomplishes not, we higher beings can trace mental links, bridging them to the caster with great ease, and those linked to or around our champions with even greater ease. It is then merely a meager effort of sending feedback through that link to send a clear message. Suffice to say, it is highly doubtful he will try any such scrying again.
Boss kind of just catches his breath a little bit. And then his expression becomes a bit a bit more flat.
Nevertheless,
Did you get a read as to exactly what he is, Lady Xenophon?
I only speak what I see. He is human.
What about was? He's the one person that I feel great distaste towards, but for some reason I cannot blame him for his actions. He's inquisitive, yes. But for some reason, as dangerous as his actions are, they also bring great questions to light. Questions that align with our goals.
Perhaps. Nevertheless, I must apologize for my delay in thwarting his efforts, for I had yet to enter the dreamscape proper before this moment. It is an alarmingly complicated process for a higher being, if not for my advanced knowledge of Magitech and you to use as a beacon. I most certainly would never have gotten in at all.
Wait, this is...
The boss is like, oh yeah, it's the dream spell.
Which actually, you think about that for a moment, and you're like, wait. Onyclese has said, so has Xenophon said, that those who carry the will of a higher being do not dream.
Mm-hmm. So that would mean that Dependable doesn't dream?
No, you would
or
not. They
Dependable does.
essentially champions stop dreaming while they're champions. That and they cannot enter the dreamscape. Gods can't, but
Yeah.
there she is.
Lady Xenophon, you do realize the implications of this?
I do. It was most challenging.
As you as a lesser deity, a deity nonetheless, and me as your divine champion, neither of us should be able to gain access here, other than by an absurdly powerful being. So then, how are we here? How did I witness what I did? And...
Indeed, it is quite a conundrum. It should not be possible. You're suddenly struck with something, Bask. You found yourself quite a bit taken aback after witnessing this stunningly stark contrast between how she treated Mr. Dependable and you. Mr. Dependable, undoubtedly a powerful individual by mortal standards and holding a respectable position of power in what could very well be the most powerful organization in the world, was just given absolutely zero regard for these mortal feats in the face of a higher being. Considering even Olivia Williams was not smitten on sight during your experience with her.
Mm-hmm.
It seems a bit odd. It seems certainly very strange. And he was also greatly punished with physical harm for a mere slight against the goddess. This almost alarming difference of treatment really puts into perspective just how high you and your companions have risen in notability with the higher beings. For not only have you all allowed to engage with them so freely and with such casualty, but that they themselves are shown to do so just as willingly in return. It's only now in this moment that you really take in that you and your companions have indeed earned a seat at the table of the gods. You find the mere notion of such a thing to be utterly absurd and seemingly unfathomable, yet the evidence speaks for itself. You watch the goddess put her hand together before slowly pulling them apart, and following her hands in this is a seemingly endless stream of rapidly shifting zeros and ones.
It's the Matrix.
This is a fascinating discovery. Who would have ever guessed that mere mortals would ever come so close to understanding the complex mathematics of the very fabrics of reality? So that is knowledge of a time far, far from now, if that time ever does come now at all. She pauses before turning to you. Might I request that you do not make mention of this little intrusion to the chronicler if it can be avoided, for I fear I may have just unwittingly cracked into a grand secret that even we higher beings were not meant to know. She folds her arm with a bit of an annoyed huff. Not that I or any other of us can make any use of it.
Bast then puts his hand to his heart and says,
Rest assured, Lady Skybreaker. For I do not intend to do so unless it becomes absolutely necessary. And I do not wish to be smitten by a higher being either.
Xenophon is... What?
I wasn't smitten, I was just bonked in the brain.
Xenophon then starts grasping at something in the air, as though attempting to mold something with her hands, though seemingly failing to do so. After several moments, she just sighs. Try as I may, I simply cannot maul the dormant ether of the stream to manipulate it, even with this newfound knowledge. This little adventure has been a sobering reminder of just how much responsibility rests on Anaclese's tiny shoulders. She truly is our mother's creation. She then freezes.
Yet one of you, oldest nonetheless.
You watch her arch her back, very straight, and then turn back behind her. I see. So that is why she did not want us in here. There are several dozen of what I can only assume to be nightmares heading this way. If they are anything like the dream around us, I fear that not I nor any other higher being could even harm these creatures. Which is very concerning, though I know better than to question the chronicler's actions pertaining to the dreamscape at this point. Clearly they are here for a reason, otherwise that certainly would not be so. However,
If I had to guess, it would be to drive us out.
simply for the sake of curiosity, I cannot help but wonder what that reason is, nonetheless. Regardless, I will be taking my leave now.
Wait, but you said the nightmares are heading this way.
Exactly, she's taking her leave as in like, nope. Nope.
Yeah, Bask is like, yeah, I'm getting the hell out of here.
As the goddess fades away,
Good fam.
you find yourself opening your eyes once again. However, this time, you see a familiar ceiling that reminds you of a home in Ramal al-Zaman. After another moment, you realize that you're still in Jasmine's lantern. However, with that realization comes awareness of another sensation. You then feel a slight weight on your side. You turn your head to see Jasmine's frame up against you with her arm draped over you like you're a body pillow. What do you do?
So Sonic drowning theme music.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
You have a Jasmine add-on attachment in your bed with you.
Okay. No, I thought, no, like, you said something about Sonic, I think.
Oh, I'm like, cue the Sonic drowning theme.
Theme relaxing.
Because you're weird.
Yeah, Bask just kind of wakes up and is like, huh. And turns to the side where the weight is. It's like, uh. Is she asleep?
She is dead to the world.
Good. Let's see. Time to play fucking Twister.
What do you do?
Is she
Is
like
that on
only
here?
on the?
Okay.
Is she like only on the other side?
She's got her
She's
arm
effectively
draped
like
over.
right up
is
on
she
your
like
side.
half? Is she like freaking Jack in Titanic, like hanging onto the side of the freaking bed?
For all intents and purposes, she's like half on top of you.
All right.
You are very much cuddled right now. Like, as I said, you have a Jasmine add-on attachment.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna flip a coin.
Okay.
Okay, so
You flip
let's
coin.
see. Heads option 1, tails option 2.
There exists a
Heads.
1d2.
Okay. So Bosk is just essentially trying to make sure that she doesn't fucking fall to the whatever fucking carpet the floors what to the floor
Yeah.
based on like carpet or whatever the hell it's made out of.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of just shifts, attempting to exit on the other side while kind of leaving her in the center of the bed.
Make
Roll
a
sleight of hand.
strength check and a dex check.
Yeah. Essentially.
Strength check for you, dex for her.
Yeah, I know that this is gonna be like a nat 1 because the fucking dice hate me in this kind of situation, but hey. Strength check and a dex check. That's a +3 in both.
Yeah.
So please. Come on. Don't roll like shit. Okay. Okay.
So you
okay.
very slowly move her arm and just kind of
Oh, am I here?
snake your way off the side of the bed.
Oops.
And success. You managed to get away without waking her up. It's like a cute Pink Panther theme as you just slide away.
You have some more sleep then. What the heck is this place anyway? And I would now like to roll perception to see if I spot anything
Okay.
in this room.
Perception.
With
The only
infinite
reason I wanted
disadvantage
for that to
then.
succeed was that also I could re-roll this fucking perception roll.
Not bad.
14?
Actually, with 14, roll investigation.
Investigation was expertise, actually. What? Oh, 21.
Nice.
So what does he find, Emmy?
Let's see.
You know her room better than me. I haven't gone over
You
it.
find now that you're taking a closer look over, I assume the tables and whatnot, right? That I described previously.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
find.
and make a stealth check.
Make a stealth check.
I can see your smile. Fuck you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can see you smiling. My stealth is a stunning 3.
Okay, it's moving.
You might
Starting with.
expect a fucking
So,
6'5" dragonborn.
So as you move about the room, taking a look around, you don't get to take a very good look before you find yourself tripping over some sort of footstool or something. And
Oh, the
then
holy
you
one's
catch
there.
yourself, thankfully, with the wall, but you smack your toe hard into a dresser. Ah! It
Alright.
fucking hurt.
Alrighty. Let's see.
I've actually done that in real life. It fucking hurts.
Yeah, you just did that.
Ow. My foot claw.
Stop being such
The
a
most-
baby.
The main thing you notice during this moment of extreme deafness is you catch a wide assortment of what looks to be unfinished looking devices. Some that look to be for more harmful endeavors, others that are more aligned with utility. You wouldn't be able to tell what exactly they do in that moment, but
Actually, he would have gotten a pretty good look before he
oh yeah.
stubbed. Sorry, go on.
Alrighty. In which case, let's
He flubbed his escape.
good job.
Well, if Jasmal's sleep is anything like a Kifi's, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'll get to that later. And as you recover from the pain and just hiss from everything you hear from behind you. And you sense movement.
The 6-something-foot dragonborn freezes.
That was nice. Huh? Clock? Why are you here? Oh. Ah. Dasmal then stretches. So you look behind you to see that.
Good morning, I suppose.
Seems so. Ugh. What the fuck happened?
Does she look like she has a hangover?
Well, insight.
It's like, I would like to catch chatter right at the base of her ear.
That would have just booted you over to chaotic evil alignment right there.
Oh yeah.
What
So you
happened?
take a look at her, and she looks awake. She doesn't look like death, but she has a rather impressive case of bedhead. You only now realize just how long Jasmal's hair is, because it is everywhere.
I feel like I'm derping. What would have booted over to Kiana Cable?
Casting shatter by her ears.
Oh, that would not be nice.
Uh-huh.
That is quite dastardly.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember anything of last night?
Oh, fuck this. What did I do? I don't... I must have pulled you in here. Sorry. Don't look the best right now. He just kind of jumps out of the bed and just kind of vanishes behind what looks to be a curtain for a moment. At a few seconds, you see her come out. Her hair looking a lot more presentable.
Fucking Presty.
All right. Sorry about that.
That was some impressive bedhead.
Oh, fuck you too. You don't look. What do you expect? Ugh, what do you expect? Anyway,
You don't know what.
hope I didn't do anything too embarrassing. Should probably get out.
Boss
Meet the rest.
just like, yeah, Boss just kind of like has a curious smile for an expression. He just follows her.
Are you bubbling?
Roll stealth.
Les Dulf.
I mean, I'm not trying to freaking be stealthy.
No, there's
Alright.
people outside. There's a sleeping
Ah.
Mortimer.
Ah, right.
Hope you don't stub your toe again.
Do it. Do it.
19. Okay. Okay.
Mortimer, roll a con check.
Con?
You better roll a fucking natural 23.
Okay, wait. Constitution. Ability check. Constitution plus 4.
He'd have to roll higher to wake up.
Don't worry, I'll just borrow you one of my oblong dice.
The bard's
Wait,
instincts.
no, that's right. Never mind. He's fine. We know. Yeah, Mortimer is dead to the world.
Yeah, but that's a hilarious circumstance. She's like, I sense a thirst.
Okay, so
Yeah, I had it backwards. Yeah, Mortimer is just fucking out like a light. And you manage to just you and Jasmine just managed to sneak out.
okay, so Constitution XP.
Yep.
Inspiration.
Inspiration. Skill. Yeah.
If this was me, this would be accurate. Just
Oh yeah, same with me. There could be a fucking explosion at the base of my ear.
It's
and I wouldn't
also
wake up.
the funny thing. It's not really appropriate because fucking yesterday for the bard.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You had a bit of a long day.
He's
Might have lost
dead.
an arm.
He's dead tired.
All right.
Just-
Alrighty. So
All right, and with that, we shall take a short break before we get to Mortimer.
Yeah.
Oh.
One question from Boss to Jasmine though.
yes,
Sure.
let's do a question.
Before, like, as I assume Jasmine goes like downstairs.
Uh-huh.
Boss kind of follows him into the stairs and calls out to her.
Sorry to bother you with this early in the morning, but
Hmm?
what did you really see
What do I really see?
when you asked Odigos about your time of death?
Just say what you're gonna say. Made sense.
Am I inside that?
Go roll insight.
Even with that roll, you can tell with just her look of disappointment
Yeah.
that she's telling the truth.
Wait, what did you
Disappointment
say
is pretty
about that?
evident.
What did she say about her
Interesting.
death?
Oh, is that he had asked her
Jasmine had
because
asked.
Jasmine
Yeah.
asked Odigos
Yeah, oh,
when her time was, and boss asked her, well, what did she say? Jasmine said that she couldn't say, and like even with a 6, because Jasmine looks very disappointed, as in she clearly did not get an answer.
Yeah.
Well, I got some answers in the form of more questions, I suppose.
That's so. Should I bring it up
Right.
then?
Do you really want to hear about that kind of grim stuff this early in the morning?
If it's relevant to whatever we're doing, sure. We kind of
You could have-
we're kind of short for time, so we need to discuss everything.
You could have died back there. All of us could have.
She freezes for a moment. Figured as much. Don't know what it means, so we
But-
didn't.
Exactly. We didn't. And I don't know how to phrase this, but well, we may have made some potential enemies into our friends. Mr. Dependable should not be a massive threat anymore. So rest easy on his behalf.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Me neither. But I'd at least like to believe that.
As long as we're prepared for the alternative.
Anyhow, I need to go shopping.
Boss kind of just walks downstairs.
Yeah,
Keep in mind, though, you had agreed to meet up first
yeah,
and decide what to do.
Oh,
yeah.
in that case, boss
Yes.
just
Yes. That's what I mean
goes
first.
to one of le tablets.
Yeah. And now we take break. Alright. So,
Which way that might not be.
shut you.
I mean, like, for whatever you're going to throw at me.
I see. As for you, Moziver, following your talk with Odigos last night, yours has been filled with numerous thoughts and questions. With the eventful day having left a clear impression on you, never before have you been so close to death as you have this day, let alone so many times in so many ways. These experiences and the newfound knowledge of the rogue entity leaves you wondering if you can continue as you have before. Suffice to say, the situation has greatly changed for you. No more are you just a simple, free-bounding wanderer of the world, because the dark force seems to have set its sights on you with a clear intent on your demise. Furthermore, now you have the goddess of death herself on a table, protecting you from this rogue entity from beyond the stars. You find that the world is moving around you and your companions far more than you'd ever considered. However, along with these thoughts and questions, a stark realization has also dawned on you, which is that the higher powers of this world are not mere ambiguous entities in some far-off place that is of little concern to you, but rather are far closer than you originally believed them to be, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well, with your recent interactions with Odigos being a strong testament to this. Lastly, you've come to learn that there is true power in faith. The worship of these higher beings is not just petty prayers or mere words of gratitude, but that this faith has a real impact on the gods and their lives, such to the degree that their very existence depends upon mortal faith. For you, who was never given higher powers much consideration beyond the distant intrigue that comes with tales and poetry, this knowledge has been eye-opening, for your faith holds power, much like your words of song and melody, and this power can be given to higher beings who have proven to you to be deserving of it. And as of late, one such higher being has proven time and time again that she may just very well be deserving of that faith. With morning now here, and you having given several questions with the goddess of death much thought, this is where we continue. Mosaver, what do you do?
Okay, so what happened right before that? Like, what is the situation?
So
You wake up.
essentially, you would have just now woken up.
Okay, so I just opened my eyes.
So yeah, you just woke up and you just like sat up and you're just like,
But you remember.
new day.
But you remember what you were thinking about before you went to bed. Very
Most
clearly
likely.
in mind.
I see. Most of it, like, wake up, just look around. For once, well,
You immediately notice Jasmine's lantern is suspiciously missing.
indeed.
Bosk
Yeah,
is also gone, but you see your lantern, Odigo's transformed form, on the table right next to you.
Yeah, at the sight of like the lantern and Bask missing, Mother would like have like a small smirk before lifting himself up a bit to like sit down in his bed, and he would turn towards the lantern for a moment, thinking to himself. He he had a few thoughts regarding potential question he would ask her, but also he wanted to request something of her that might help with the future adventures. Just to confirm, this happened before the whole leveling up thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So after a moment of gathering his thoughts, making sure he was well awake and stuff like that, he would no, go towards the lantern on this. I guess it's right next to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he would like sit on the side of his bed, like he would turn himself like to the right or left, depending on which side is the thing, and ask Odigas if she was here because he had something to re- ask her.
You call out to Odigos, and once again, the blue flame of your lantern flows out to move beside you before expanding and taking the form of the goddess of death. She sits beside you on the bed with an expectant stare before giving a small wave after a somewhat awkward amount of time.
Whatever would reply to the wave with a similar greeting, and he would say, "Good morning." Uh, before.
Morning.
Aw. Yeah. Mother would like think for a moment, and he would ask her, uh, "I'm curious. What are your views on I guess, on this world and its people?"
She pauses for a moment before looking off into somewhere else until nothing before she responds. I have been taught by Mother that there's great spiritual value and opportunity to be found amongst the transient. You hear in your head. And although I haven't seen much of it myself, I know that Mother is wise and has seen over far a greater scope than I have. But I think I'm starting to see it more clearly, especially as of late, and thanks to you.
Mother would like kind of feel glad that he at least helped her a bit. Oh, I'm glad I managed to be of help in that regard. That's the least I could do to repay what you helped me with, especially yesterday.
She nods, and you see a small smile form at the corners of her mouth. Was there more you wish to ask of me?
Well, okay, out of character, what do clerics do, especially?
You can
like,
ask her.
You can ask her.
no, I meant like, are the people who like borrow the power of someone, or I guess channel it, or I guess something.
See, how a cleric works is essentially you are channeling your god's power, like through them, essentially.
This does not mean you become a champion automatically, but it means that you create a connection between yourself and this god that can essentially provide you with a measure of power and magic to utilize.
Essentially, as a cleric, you channel their divine power in little trace amounts.
Yeah, because I was wondering how to phrase it.
Alrighty, gotcha.
Like I feel like borrowing might not be the right word.
I think it'd be call on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, what do I say? About the earlier question, I asked it because I think I wish to call on your power in the future.
You watch
I
it.
probably phrased it badly, but yeah. Essentially, that's what he said.
You watch as her eyes widen and her mouth opens for a moment. With a closing. You hear in your head. You wish to become a follower of mine.
I guess that's what it would entail. You, like I said, you did a lot for me, and I wish to show you my gratitude. And if that's
Her expression does not shift at all, but you see her fist just comes up very, very fast into the air. And then goes down.
Oh.
And then goes back up again.
Wait, what? Okay,
Kind of like who's
She is.
Victory!
Can I incite that?
Sure.
Roll insight.
Incite that little.
Please tell me she's doing that. Who's Be adorable.
6. Okay, so 1d20 plus 6.
Actually, roll at advantage because that's kind of obvious.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
She doesn't exactly know how to hide body language very well.
With a
Yeah.
16, you watch. You can tell that she appears to be pretty excited, and you realize she's obviously celebrating.
Oh.
She stops after a few moments, and then just kind of looks down a little bit, bashful, and then looks back at you again.
Yeah, most of it can like. He would feel like well, pretty happy that she seems to like the idea of him becoming a follower of hers. But yeah, most of it has like not really that much idea of how these things work. So he would probably ask like how it works though, because he has no idea how it the inner workings of becoming a follower to that extent. A cleric on someone or a god.
Alrighty. Would you like to roleplay
Decent.
that?
Hmm?
Would you like to roleplay that?
Yeah, Mozabu would like kind of like scratch the back of his neck for a bit. Ask, uh, well, as much as I say that, I am not sure how these kind of things work. It's not something I paid much attention to before. I never expected for something like this to happen.
She cocks her head a little bit. You hear in her head. This would depend upon which domain you choose to wield as a cleric devoted to my name.
What sort of domain are under your? What did you say?
That would depend on
Domain.
which domain you choose to wield as a cleric. And as you start talking about that, she puts a hand in front of her face for a moment, as if scratching at something.
Oh. So she's scratching at something like in the air, or
No, at her own face. It's kind of a little bit.
can I inside that? I feel like she's thinking, but
Insight.
yeah. So 20 plus 6.
With a 15, you're starting to get the hang of this one's body language, and it seemed pretty unconscious. It seemed like some form of tic, if you're familiar with that term, in response to thinking, as you surmised.
That my internet just cut out.
The mic, you didn't cut out?
surmised.
I said that it seems to you like some form of tic, if you know what that means, in response
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah.
thinking. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You continue hearing in your mind. There's actually a great misconception regarding some of those who strive to wield the powers of my domain of death. One might expect them to wield the power of death to further bring yet more death. However, that's not the case. Clerics of my domain of death hunt down others who have committed great evils upon the undeserving, to use my name to bring an end to those who cause undue suffering to their victims' mortal coils in twisted and wicked ways, to put a stop to the ones who would bring about more lost souls through their actions. This is what it means to wield the domain of death in my name, simply to preserve the natural state. Rarely, though, there are others. She looks you over for a moment. Those who wield my powers to bring comfort to those deserving, to console those who have lost others, and to ease the suffering of those whose mortal coil draws near to its end. These clerics serve as a guiding beacon in the approaching darkness that is death, and display that the end does not have to mean despair, and that sometimes the passage of death itself is the greatest mercy one can be given. They serve to remind others that while the call of the grave eventually comes to claim all transient beings, that it is important to celebrate the lives of those who lived and to cherish those that yet still live. Lastly, and most importantly, it is their duty to put to rest any tormented or wayward souls that have lost their way and found themselves in the material plane once again, so that I might properly guide them to the great beyond. This is what it means to wield the domain of the grave in my name.
Most of it would like think about what each domain entails, and I feel like the grave domain would like kind of speak to him because as a bard, like you kind of like sing the tales of like people who have passed before. So I
That-
guess
And you'd also know that effectively, particularly in regards to like putting like tormented souls to rest, you are literally directly helping her.
that is true. So Mozaver would reply that he thinks that the second domain she mentioned, the domain of the grave, seems to be more what he seems to be more right up his alley, and that I guess you also mentioned the thing I mentioned about bars, like how they are like they sing as tales of people before them.
As you say that, she looks very intently at you and nods. It suits you. Your hair once again in your head.
Okay, she said that, and yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. More of it would like be both flattered and somewhat curious at that statement. And out of curiosity, he asked, "What do you see in me?"
She proceeds to look away for a moment and looks back at you. It takes several few moments before your hair responds again. As someone who seeks to use the power of song to both entertain, to educate, and to provide comfort to others, that is something that works in line with the call of the grave.
Yeah, and Mortimer would nod. So, man, I have no idea how that would proceed, and Mortimer would have no idea either. So Mortimer would like scratch the back of his neck again. That's so. Once I have chosen the domain, I wish to. What? How did she say? Like when she mentioned those other who use their power and stuff. Like regarding the domain. I guess the domain he would serve. I don't know.
Which role would you wish to perform?
What did she say?
She said, which role would you wish to perform?
So I guess which domain is
Yeah.
the question? I think I would like to follow the domain of the grave.
She nods for a few moments before standing up for a second and sitting back down again. She reaches out her hand towards you. And at first it looks empty, but then quickly something forms in your hand in a sort of dim light. And after a few moments, you see a pendant form in it.
Oh.
It looks like a lantern, but as you look closer in, inside the lantern, where normally there would be a fire, there's instead a dulcimer.
Oh. So is she like holding a dulcimer right now?
She's holding
Or is
it.
it
It is an amulet
an
of
amulet.
a lantern, but within the lantern itself, instead of like a fire, there is a dulcimer.
Oh.
You need only have faith in me and in my will to request of my aid. This is all in your head, by the way.
Okay, can you repeat what she said?
She said, you only need have faith in me and in my will to request divine aid.
Moldover would nod, and actually quite excitedly.
Essentially, you just need to will forth divine aid from her.
She then just kind
Yeah.
of leans back for a moment and put her hand on her face,
Oh, can I
looking
inspect that?
looking. It's very plain to you that she looks contemplative.
Oh. So she just gave me a pendant with a little lantern. I guess is that
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
She gave you this.
Requiem, a custom holy symbol made by Odigas for Moldover. It is a silver amulet in the form of a lantern with a dulcimer in the center of it.
So Odigas just looks deep in thought beside you.
So yeah, Moldover would look at his the amulet in his hand and then wear it on him. I feel like turning towards Odigas. He thinks for a moment and asks, "What are you thinking about?"
Her head snaps to you for. It's just as the one who guides wayward mortal souls. It's a thankless job, but oh, and if lost souls are left to their own devices for long, they can very quickly become harmful, if not fatal, to those still amongst the living. Such a fate I find to be unacceptable, as it's unfair for the transients whose time is already so limited as is. Also, though I'm known as a silent guide, I would very much wish to speak at greater length with mortals and show them that I have no ill will or portent, that I do not fear my entrance, for I am just a means to an end, and often the catalyst of a new beginning. I try to see too that none are truly lost and forgotten, to ensure that the other high beings can judge the souls of the departed accordingly for their piety and service to them in life, and thus bring them to their intended destination, wherever that may be.
Mother, like she said that she wished for mortals to essentially see her as what her true role is. We kind of excitedly so she'd make sure that I guess her true purpose will be understood by mortals through his songs and stories, essentially.
What did you say to her, sorry?
Essentially when she mentioned how she mentioned it, she wished for mortals to better understand what she does, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Mother he would make sure mortals learn of her true purpose through his songs and poem.
You would do that for me?
Of course. And he would then kind of look back at
perception.
the oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, right. That should probably have rolled perception or insight. Yeah, sorry. Still getting used to it. So perception, wisdom +6. $15 again.
With a 15, look at her face and you watch her lips quiver a little bit, and you see in her eyes just a faint sign of tears.
Aww.
Yeah, you think that might have really moved her emotionally.
Aww. I'm not quite sure what to do. uh,
After a few moments, she just wipes at her face before looking back at you. And staring at you.
are you alright? He has that like not as in like as if she's hurt, but more like I guess more neutral. I don't know how to describe it.
Essentially prompting what's on her mind.
Yeah.
I'm pleased.
Has not any of your followers done something like this before?
She shakes her head.
Oh,
Roll religion. Actually, at advantage. Actually,
okay. Intelligence +4.
because as a bard, you would know this.
Natural 20.
That's 20.
Yeah. See, what you know in regards to Odigos is she has very few clerics. There are
Oh.
many priests, yes, but the priests often are misguided in regards to exactly what it means to worship her, as she has lamented to you herself. However, with clerics, she is very strict in regards to who can use her power. And considering she is so greatly misunderstood, she has very, very few clerics. And by the way that she said it, how even fewer in regards to grave clerics, you think that she may only have just a handful of grave clerics at all.
Oh damn! I'm guessing a lot just choose the death domain. Yeah. Oh.
Essentially, her clerics will go out and, stop people who essentially torment others and do things that would, end up with people dying and creating lost souls in regards to essentially people who kill people who do nasty, horrible things like cults, like flaying and human sacrifice. Her death clerics go take care of those.
I see.
Whereas her grave clerics essentially aid others in their times of need, and if it calls to it, essentially help them with their passing.
Yeah.
Or, essentially put people down if they go mad, that sort of thing. And lastly, essentially, exercise wayward souls.
Yeah. So I guess like also like get rid of undeath. I guess.
Yeah, not necessarily even just undeath, but particularly spirits and ghosts.
All right.
And you can
Because
imagine
most
that.
undead are just kind of mindless husks.
Oh, I see.
But her worry falls in on spirits, or those undead that still have the souls trapped within. Is grave clerics are the ones who hunt those out. Essentially, death clerics hunt down the living, grave clerics hunt down the undead.
All right.
And you can imagine that the misconception hasn't been helped due to her challenges navigating
Yeah.
conversation.
That in her true form's appearance is not exactly, the most welcoming.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it was the most welcoming for Mother at first either. Quite cold, actually.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But hey, at least she is drop dead pretty.
Yes. Yeah. Mother like kind of like feel a bit sad that like this is through a pain because his first encounter with her, like despite like resulting in his death, he quickly came to like realize who she truly was as a person, as a god. So it kind of saddens him that things all the way they are.
Mm.
Damn, I forgot what I was going to say right after. Oh yeah, right. And so he would proclaim that he'll make sure to honor her will, essentially, and wishes.
She claps once, her hands together, and nods. And after a few moments, she vanishes into flame once again and returns the lantern.
Alrighty.
Rank perception at disadvantage.
Oh, disadvantage. I got like 2 inspirations from this whole interaction. I think I'll use one to get rid of the disadvantage.
Okay.
So let me just get rid of that 1 inspiration. So I'm back at 4.
Double disadvantage, bitch. No.
What is it?
I was joking. Carry on.
Oh, perception plus 6. Okay. 1d20 plus 6.
Excuse me.
Damn.
Unfortunately, womp. Thanks for playing.
It's fine. We can get everything. And yeah, so Mozaver feels pretty happy about this. For the first time, he puts like genuine faith in the god, and the god accepted. So hey,
And you know
that,
how.
and she has genuine praise and gratitude for it. Not that she's excited
Yeah.
that you in particular would do so.
mm-hmm.
So you would have noticed that her excitement came not necessarily just in regards to someone being a cleric, but that it was you deciding to be a cleric of hers. That would have particularly stuck out to Morzaver.
Oh yeah, I guess she has a high esteem of Mozaver.
Yeah, that's pretty easy to surmise.
You now have a level in cleric and a holy symbol to show for it, the Requiem.
Yup. Woo! Well, Mozaver would like get up from bed because he was still pretty much like in bed despite being like sat down,
Mm-hmm.
and so yeah.
The purpose of
prepare.
the purpose of a holy symbol, by the way, is as a spellcasting focus for clerics.
Yeah,
In
I
case
know.
you should need
Clerics can use holy symbols as a spellcasting. I guess kind of like how bards can use instruments as spellcasting.
Yes.
So yeah, Mozo would like get ready to go to head out of the room, and he would take all the gods with him, the lantern.
Yes.
And as he does so, he would say thank you to her for accepting his request.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And so yeah, pretty happy Mozaver just comes out of the room and to the main,
Okay.
to the main hall of the tavern, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, oh yeah, we were gonna have a meeting.
Oh yeah, right.
Pretty early in the
what was
morning.
what was it? Where is it supposed to happen?
It would be in the
Down
usual
below.
room. Down below.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, Mother would go down. So yeah, here. So like he would enter, and I guess if anything happens when he enters, it happens, and he would then go sit down next to Bask. So yeah. Hello?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Of course. So you make your way down to below to see everyone gathered, including your mentor and your new friend Lucy.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Just waiting on the musics.
Moreover, like, as he had probably said, like, good morning. Like, and you. As he sat on next to Bask, I guess, probably would be the time where he said, I hope you had a good night rest. I hope you had a good night rest.
You
There's
hear,
probably a good smirk on his face.
you hear a few calls of good morning from the others.
Good morning, Morzaver. I had. Hope you did as well.
I did.
Mm.
Would Bask even notice like the big smirk as he said I mentioned the night thing?
Roll reception. Or smirk spotting.
Ah.
Smurg.
He's not trying to hide it honestly, but yeah.
Roll inside at advantage. You know that smirk is insinuating something.
Boss kind of opens his snout, but then he goes like,
And you realize he knows.
yep, kind of like, and just lets out like a small sigh. And then he just fixes his gaze like in front of him at the table. There is no good explanation out of this.
You're not getting out of that one.
Yeah.
And as you kind of
I don't like when the lolly has fun.
as you kind of blush to yourself and just try to talk your way out of that one, Thornrine walks in and leans forward into the table and takes a seat. So, what's the plan? What are we doing next exactly? She looks to Azimuth, or the Lucy, who raises her hands defensively. Don't look at me, I'm just a navigator. I actually can't make these sorts of decisions for those I'm with. I'm technically not allowed to. I can only help plan travel and advise with how best to get to places. You know, from point A to B.
That makes sense.
So she is just a navigator, not a guide.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
So we know that Anaclisi like requested us to help
Minerva.
Minerva with her task.
Yeah, and Boss would know Xenophon has suggested the same.
Yes.
So I guess our first objective would be to decide how we are going to tackle this. This is somewhat in character, like said in character.
Yeah, I know. I would imagine.
Yes, somewhat worded like better because Modaver just probably knows how to talk much better than me.
I guess that's what we. Yeah.
Essentially, I imagine that both Bask and Mozova would be trying to essentially bring the suggestion to the table that we should prepare to travel to the forest without Ken.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess that's where we're going then. Huh. Looks like I have a lot of work to do. She looks towards Geralt. What sort of things do we have to look out for exactly?
Believe it or not, we don't know much about the forest without Ken either. Other than the place of the death trap, literally everything in there is trying to kill you. They don't trust a damn thing in it. Plants, flowers, nuts, berries, water, nothing.
Well,
Lots of
that sounds Well, that sounds familiar.
You'll want to have plenty of food and water on hand before going in, or spells prepared to create and purify. Because you don't want to eat or drink anything in there.
Another thing we need to worry about are malicious spirits and ghosts.
Yeah, about that.
Huh.
Other than the obvious, there are a handful of details I do know in regards to the place. From what little our teams have actually managed to get out, have gathered. The first being that you'll always want to travel together in a group. It's very unwise to separate by more than just a few feet, as there are plants which roots will literally reach up and snatch at you, attempting to pull you underground, so the roots can, well, effectively digest you.
Lovely.
Mhm.
He then looks to Lucy and then to Thordrin. The little two will especially have to be careful of these. They like to pick smaller targets based on vibrations and aim for them, for easier to pull them under. So you want to keep a particularly close eye on Lucy and Thordrin. Have someone with them within arm's reach at all times. We learned the hard way just how quickly they can get dragged under by these sorts of things. We lost a few halflings. It was very unfortunate.
Oh boy.
Okay, and that's just for dead center
Buffed.
table occasionally rotating. So after everyone's had a chance to, so everyone has a chance to read.
Is it normal that you called Basque buffs in the message?
Yes.
Oh, that was me forgetting to correct that over to Bosk.
I'd suggest Bofsk. It's like, what the fuck is Bofsk?
Just the look like, huh?
Ow.
There we go. It's corrected.
That's funny.
Yeah, in regards though to the ghosts, another godsend thing, ghosts. Lots of them, lots and lots of them. The force is nothing short of evil in regards to how the plants kill their victims, or should I say, doesn't kill their victims. At least not quickly anyway.
So it's gonna, I guess, convenient I became a grave cleric just now, huh?
You have no idea how good that timing was.
Yeah.
Just about everyone who's gone and died in there has done so in some horrible, slow way. This has left a lot of spirits to muck about the place, especially at night, which, judging from the reports I've read, it is most of the plants that actually do kill their victims and do so at night. They wrote about hearing the agonizing screams of their colleagues from somewhere deep within the forest that they got separated from earlier in the day. Poor bastards. God only knows what actually happened to them to make them do that.
Mother can like ask Odigas if she knows about I guess the fate of the souls in the forest without kin.
She would know, hold on.
Alrighty.
Would be like, oh yeah, it's that giant fucking ball of death that I sense.
My auto character thought there. So the forest is a Sarlacc pit.
Where's the Sarlacc bit?
I was gonna say.
It's a Star Wars reference.
I see.
I was gonna say freaking the forest of Sekigahara, but no.
By the way, I can't remember. Do I have telepathic link with Odigas or nah?
No, not yet. No.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess I just asked that out loud.
Oh my goodness.
So yes, a forest that is full of dead spirits and flowers that wanna eat you whole.
Daddy me.
Okay. So you ask out that question out loud, and
To Odigas, yeah.
and after not too long, you hear a number of the trees and plants will slowly cut and bleed out its victims, some over the course of a few hours, some over the course of a few days. Others will actually keep their victims alive for several days through forced sustenance before they eventually die. Forced sustenance, rather.
That would certainly do it. Gerald says, folding his arms.
Mm-hmm.
So, any reaction, any comments on the shopping list?
Most of them would look at this and probably have something to say in response.
Oh, really?
I mean, what is it that your party currently doesn't know?
The fact that is it the grave cleric thing?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
It's up to you, but worth noting.
yeah, I mean, so okay, so being a grave cleric does give me some abilities to, I guess, deal with spirits like that. Does it?
And there are some spells, the cleric spells, that are pretty handy, even at level 1.
I know you mentioned one spell like that. I think it was a protect against good and evil, something like that.
Yeah, you have some thinking to do, because you know of a couple of spells that could be useful for utility purposes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Out of character, I don't know, so I'm not sure.
One of them was
Sorry.
you considered at first taking purify food and drink, which would be definitely one way to not to save a bit of money.
Yeah.
Not only that, save with a spell.
Oh yeah.
Food's heavy.
Oh yeah.
It might be in there for a while.
Oh yeah. Right. So. So would it be a good idea for me to take that spell so we can have resources regarding the?
It might be a thought, but nevertheless, you have a bunch of different options. And then there's protection from good and evil as well, which would protect against undead.
Yeah.
Make them less capable of harming you.
Yeah. So I would mention well, I have 2 spells that could be useful in an adventure. Protection against good and evil for those undeads, and purify food and drink, so that we may be able to, I guess, how they phrase that, to potentially save on rations.
Gerald just kind of slowly turns his head and looks to you, raises an eyebrow, then points at you. That is not a bard spell.
Indeed, those cleric spells.
He then looks to the lantern.
Yeah,
and
he can
you.
lift the lantern for a moment, and also shows. Actually, no, he would show the holy symbol he has on him now.
I see.
Well, I'll be
Very
damned.
interesting.
Well, I'll be damned. You're a passion say from across the table. You have some curious way of finding inspiration. But it's not a bad thing.
Would Bosk recognize that? It's like, what the hell is that?
You would recognize that as a holy symbol, but not that one in particular. In fact, actually, roll perception.
Yeah, it's like, which god's holy symbol is?
I
It's a
wonder.
custom one.
I sure wonder.
So you take a look at it, and it's very clearly it is a lantern, but within it you see there is a dulcimer within it, where fire would be. You stop and you think about it, and you're like, you don't know any holy symbols like that in particular, but you're like, wait, a dulcimer? Did she make that for him?
The insanity continues, I see.
Well, it sure does. But
Congratulations, I suppose, Borzever?
indeed. Well, I wasn't expecting it to come to you so early, but I guess it is quite convenient.
It's super helpful. Thoran speaks.
So yeah. I guess since I don't have those spells on me right now, could I change them? I guess slightly I edit my current spells.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's which spells could I change?
And since you haven't really gone out and done anything yet, we can
Yeah,
just
there's no
change them.
problem whatsoever. This would be during the period when you can select your spells.
Yeah. Let's see. I guess protection against good and evil could be good. Potentially as a replacement for sanctuary for the moment, for the time being.
Yeah.
And I guess I could replace create or destroy water with purify food and drink.
Although you keep in mind though, because that purifying food or water requires finding water.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I can just replace the bless.
Essentially, for you to have enough water for the entire party for a day, you can effectively just cast it once because it makes 10 gallons.
Okay, yeah.
So essentially,
So-
that could cover the water need.
Yeah.
Or like one spell slot a day.
Okay, so
Like
protection
how
against.
good
All you
berry
really
for
need is
druids-
food.
Kind of
Yeah.
like how good berry for druids covers food for the day for just one slot.
Yeah. Same idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that would cut down the weight of carrying some pots around.
Yeah, then now you don't have to carry around a ton of water jugs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you don't need lug around rain catchers because you have water.
You have magic.
Yep.
You are going to be the MVP here.
Indeed.
Otherwise, you might actually legitimately need those rain catchers.
Yep. Yeah, so like the rain, yeah, and so yeah, I would mention that the rain catchers probably won't be necessary, as long as he's here to provide. So yeah,
Okay, and oh, I forgot to race another part with the motor. Because the list is
Then
Okay,
that's the case.
this water part would have been mentioned. And it's been updated. Okay.
Thoran just nods to herself a little bit and starts writing on a piece of paper.
oh,
Actually, taking a look at it, it seems like she's also sketching a little bit.
Anyone else got anything else to add for this for our list of things to get?
I don't know. Seems like we're pretty set.
Gerald kind of looks at it. You might want to have some particularly sharp things, or chopping and cutting, because you're going to be dealing with a lot of wounds.
So I guess
Everyone's going to want to have something on hand for that.
Thoran
I
just,
guess
Thoran holds up her axe for a moment.
She's clearly got herself covered.
so I guess we should probably pass by a weaponsmith.
yes, I personally would recommend everyone to have a machete and a hatchet.
All right.
One for vines, one for roots.
Well, considering the little thingy that Mother got from Idiok, I guess he could potentially handle the shopping.
Mhm.
I can go and handle most of
You and Boss are quite the shopping duo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
can
hi,
do
I need
it
to
in
buy
that
this stuff.
case.
Casually lifts
Katagita.
Yeah.
In
And then-
that case, I can tag along as well. Besides, we could drop by the church. I would suppose that this raises the staff. The Katagita will buy us quite a few discounts across town.
That's putting it lightly. Gerald says, pointing to you.
Well, only one way to find out, right?
Well,
Shrugs.
I think we'll be able to get some pretty nice deals.
It's like deals fucking sells the shop to us.
Here, take this chop.
There's Storm Heralds. And I suppose you could say put in a good word for the bubbling top, huh?
I'll try.
Well, if that is that is all for a list, then I have to get to Oswald's for something else. So subtly looks towards where I have the Anaclesis thing.
Well, maybe that could be our first stop then.
Well, magic crap will help.
Do we
Wouldn't it be a
do
good
we,
idea to have some potions?
do we still need to buy potions?
Oh,
And Bask would reach into his fucking backpack and essentially distribute it equally across the party. The
So
potions.
so how many do we get?
Jared looks at you just pulling out potion after potion. He gives you just the what the fuck look.
I bought these
You
earlier.
rob a?
Oh,
You just
I got-
rob him or something?
No, I got these for free.
But that's. He just shakes his head.
Thornryan just leans over the table and is going like, that's a lot.
That is a lot of money in potions.
Even I know
Oh,
that.
I also still have approximately 3,500 platinum, so I suppose our budget would be something like 2,000 platinum.
Uh,
How rich are you,
Basket.
Dragonborn?
Yeah.
Half my
Bask
branch
kind of just
gets
looks
retired.
around asking like, huh?
Moloch kind of just counts in his head like how much on gold in gold would that be?
Well, each platinum coin is 10 gold, so that's 30,000 gold.
No, 37,000. Yeah, 37,000 gold.
37,000 gold, 300,000, 370,000 silver, or 3.7 million copper.
By the way, about Requiem, how much does it weigh?
0.1.
Okay. Yeah, just put it in my sheet. Okay.
I fucking
how-
love it. So this is
Well, I think our budget is set.
I did not mean to at you, Fives. I meant to at Ozu.
Good job.
Okay, so
That's
how
what
many
happens when you hit the thing without paying attention.
potions do we each get?
Yeah, you would have had time to get everything ready.
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, it looks like you boys are going to be just fine. Lucky somebody has deeper pockets.
I did mean to ask you two something.
Looks at Gerald and Passion.
Huh?
What's up, boss?
First, Gerald, did you sleep all right last night?
Slept like a log.
No dreams or anything like that?
I stopped dreaming a long time ago.
All right. And to you,
sorry.
Miss Passion,
Yes.
would you happen to know of any supernatural reincarnations or anything of the sort in Mare Fortes 2 or so decades ago?
That's a very interesting question.
Any folk tales, perhaps?
Hmm.
In regards to what exactly, Yami?
About the dreaming, not dreaming thing.
Yeah, he seems to be telling the truth that apparently he just passes out and wakes up.
There are plenty of stories about a myriad of things, including reincarnation, I suppose, but can't say that I've heard anything like that
I have any inkling on
in that time frame.
why he might not.
Well, you do know that some people just don't dream.
Yep, me be
Fair
one
enough.
of them.
Fair enough. I don't
And
know.
especially with older people, sometimes they stop dreaming. And considering he's kind of an old man, you suspect that that's probably why.
Fair enough.
It's like dreams. Fucking everyone goes to full alert mode. I see. Well, thank you.
What do you ask, by the way? That's a very odd question.
And then Boston just leans forward while still getting out potions from the fucking bag.
It's like,
Now they're like covering.
I am curious. I'm curious too.
And Bosk would telepathically ask from Lady Cinephone while kind of just filling time with ums and filler words too with Gerald and Passion. Would ask her. I mean, that's what he's been doing. He would ask, I suppose you would prefer if your outburst was left out, Lady Cinephone. But I need to know more about Mr. Dependable.
Roll persuasion. Persuasion, if you would.
God damn it, you fucking sleepy goddess, goddamn. I am already fucking going. I am using my forceful presence for advantage.
In your head.
Yes.
You're so forcefully going,
It's like,
That sounds like something that's best between you and Azu. I mean,
Sorry, just look. Is he constipated?
constipated dragonborn with
Alright, the 14. I suppose you could speak about it. If it would bring if it would bring you some clarity.
Thank you. And Bosk would then say, Mr. Dependable is far from any other person I've ever met. He came to me last night. Not in any conventional manner, but through a very powerful dream spell.
The fuck?
well, guess the cat's out of the bag. Gerald says with a grin.
You see Jasmine just kind of puts her head in her arms.
It's like, I did not need this early in the morning.
I figured that bastard would probably figure something out eventually.
So what's the
I
deal
guess
with...
he already knew.
So what's the deal with this dependable fellow?
That is exactly what I would like to know.
Well, I can tell you this much: he did not cast that spell. Someone else cast it for him.
I believe it is purely accessible to wizards, bards, or what was the last one? Warlocks or warlocks.
Likely someone within the investigation branch. Probably one of the bards.
He did say he was doing this only to sate his own curiosity, but would you believe that?
That entirely depends upon what he asked. He said.
Well, he is aware of me being the Storm Herald now. He heard everything about my duel with
Alia.
Lady Horizonta's champion.
Yes.
I would imagine half of Fortia already knows that by now.
Mhm.
So it's not that surprising that he came across it.
Correct. He does not know about Wandering Wind as far as I can tell.
Probably.
And he simply wants to know just what exactly has happened in these past 3 days. I do not believe
He's not the
you-
only one.
Hmm?
He's like, John's like, not the only one.
Norsky's like, yeah.
He's like, get in line, buddy.
Fuck.
I do not believe his intentions are purely malicious, but for some reason I just cannot get a read on him, no matter how hard I try.
If you want my opinion on it, he probably did so out of his own curiosity, because he is a curious person. If he's doing business, he's generally pretty up forward with saying so. So the fact that he even said that he's keeping it off the books means that he probably is, because for as shady as he is surprisingly honest when he says certain things in regards to his word. As his moniker suggests, he is dependable. So his word carries a lot of weight for himself.
Well,
So if he gave you his word, I'd say it's a pretty safe bet that it is off the record.
in that case, I will choose to believe you. However, I also do believe that we should be safe from Mr. Dependable's own... How should I put this? Shenanigans for a while.
What makes you say that?
That I cannot say. I just hope that you believe me.
Well, if you say so.
I'm trying to insight what Boss just said.
Also roll perception if you would. Anyone who wants to, really.
Okay, Perception.
Are you gonna be deceitful?
So exactly what all did he say to you in regards? Because I'm quite curious what he knew and what he asked. Because might be relevant to myself in the field branch. So if you do not mind sharing what you can, that would be appreciated.
It is a rather long story, but...
Well, just the highlights.
Hold on.
I just love how he goes like just the highlights. It's like, do you want the long version or the short version?
I'll take the what matters version.
What matters version? Let's see, he... He said that Thavma is trying to procure artifacts, right?
Yeah.
All right. Amy said to wait, right? I think.
Yeah, I think she might want to care.
Yes.
Sorry, that was my mom calling me.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I am ready now.
Okay. Well, it started when I saw basically what could have happened. Dependable got pretty hostile with you and killed a fair number of us,
Oh, lovely.
alongside with Wandering Wind.
Well, I think it's safe to say then that he's unaware.
Yes. Wandering Wind is not on his radar as far as we can tell.
The perception check, by the way. I assume that
Ooh.
just for point of order, the perception check that Codex made. I assume that Bosk was as well, being somewhat facetious when he said that I cannot say.
He's facetious.
Facetious, yeah.
Facetious, yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to be deceitful, but more like kind of just saying like
Tongue in
don't-
cheek that you
yeah.
can't that you can't answer.
Yeah, Codex
Yeah.
catches that Lucy's mouth quivers a little bit, and you realize she's holding back a laugh.
See, and suddenly the Katai Gita starts boiling. What?
Mm-hmm. And at this
So,
point,
in regards to
yeah.
that dream,
Yes.
sorry, go on, Amy.
Just one
Yeah,
last thing. At this point, Neva just kind of gently puts a hand on Dasmal's shoulders for a moment, and Dasmal just groans and sits back up. Are you okay? I'll be fine. All right. I should hear this. Shouts towards you, Bosk. And now you can continue.
What did they? It was more than likely later than when we went to.
What about it? Did anything about it in particular stick out? Because
About
the
the
person
dream?
molding the dream can only shape what they know. So if they're trying to set the stage of a scenario, they can't obviously put what they don't know.
That thing was not visible at all.
Well, he would not have seen it. He would have read about it, obviously.
Exactly.
But as I
And-
said, any details,
Fuck.
well, you know, Berg's bow was missing. 2 people you didn't know were there, and you were
Well, probably the first thing that comes to mind was that Codex was not with us. And 2 high elves were there. A male and a female. Wearing... Would you say they were wearing similar clothing to...
He
Nervous?
snaps his
Yeah.
finger and points at you. Oh, those 2. Yeah, they originally went back with me and the boys, but they stopped at the containment cell to take a look. They're, well, those are the 2 who let it out.
Of
I guess
course.
you could say.
Of course. Jasmine points towards Geralt. That was a guess, wasn't it?
Oh, in regards to those 2 people.
I was wondering about his weird capabilities, but he was just guessing. He didn't know for sure who went where and what we would have done.
Well, based off of what Boss is describing, they probably found some draft in regards to the plan. I myself have not seen it, so I don't know. But by the looks of it, he would have seen what personnel was going where. So he would have assumed that those 2 went with myself and the boys to go fetch them. And therefore, they then came out. He doesn't know where that thing is exactly or how powerful it would have been. So he would not have known that it was them who opened it and were immediately killed. So that was an
They-
assumption.
They got out safely, but
Yeah,
a
no, they
squadron
didn't.
of not a squadron, but a cell of 20 or so Tavmire enforcers were eradicated by multiple fireballs in front of the containment center.
It's a narrow hallway, and we're a bunch of spellcasters. It's a pretty obvious conclusion of what would happen.
Yes.
That's not a
Anything
hard
else?
guess.
Would I have any idea of why he wouldn't? Why I wouldn't beat her since, well, dependable would have at least known I was with them to some degree.
Actually, you don't need rolls because you know. Because when you were captured, you were just some guy who just happened to be there. Like, you did not go into the mines with them. You didn't do anything with them. So you'd probably suspect that as far as Mr. Dependable is concerned, that you were just a bystander who just happened to be there. Like, he might not know that you were actually involved with the party thereafter. So this is a lot of presumption.
Alright. Interesting. So as far as he's concerned, I was just an innocent caught up in the crossfire.
Yeah, and it goes to show that Vosk, based off of what Gerald just said, he does not know about Xenophon's blessings.
Mm-hmm.
Although he would probably have wondered why you're suddenly buff.
Yep.
It's like, wow, death sure does make you look good.
Hey, maybe I should try it. Please try it.
Yes. They did not know of the blessings given to us by Lady Xenophon, nor was Codex there. So, other than those 3 facts, I don't exactly recall anything weird.
So he knows a lot less than he really comes off as having. There's a lot of presumptions. So, suffice to say, he doesn't really know much about you all.
Yes. After that, he made the spell take proper effect and had a bit of a heart-to-heart.
I hope he doesn't learn anything more, Minerva says.
I attempted to remain tight-lipped, but what I can say is that, well, if we are to believe him, is that the challenge was originally not meant to be caught in the bottleneck it is now, being strangled in.
Yeah, that is something that I know that Dependable is curious in regards to. However, seeing that some of the other higher-ups are now, well, in that position, he supports that. But the original thing is in regards to why we do not know.
Well, he knows of... Well, at least he knows of me being the Storm Herald. Stealth and silence is no longer an option against him. Or for him. I would intend to contact him directly.
Gerald pauses for a moment. Well, based off of what you have said, I don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing, because you don't seem to be afraid of him for some reason. Most people would be hesitant to even speak with him at all if he had approached him such a way. He looks at you curiously. Something happened, didn't it?
Would I be able to piece together that was likely Xenophon who intervened or something? For the...
Roll intelligence.
Yes.
Double check me, Bob. 5 plus 3, so that's plus 8. Oxane, 18.
Well, actually, this whole conversation, you're just like, wait. Champions aren't supposed to dream. Gods don't jump into dreams, and something's not right here. It's actually a little concerning. Because if a champion can dream, and a god can supposedly jump into their dream, that means the dreamscape barrier is not doing so good.
That is distressing news.
Wait, wouldn't that mean that, like, potentially we could have, like, a nightmare run loose soon enough?
See, the Codex, considering nightmares aren't running loose, you suspect that Onyclesi might be putting a lot more focus keeping stuff in than keeping stuff out.
Hmm.
I still find that a wee bit concerning. As this is cause for alarm.
Something did happen, yes. But I also feel that there is no reason to fear Mr. Dependable anymore, to the irrational degree that I did before.
Well, whether you decide to speak with him or not is entirely up to you. I don't think there's any harm into it because, as I said, you'd be a lot more concerned than you are now, so obviously you're fine.
If anything, the optimal place to talk with him would be in Mare Fortes.
Though, why are you so interested into him exactly?
He's the one person I can't get a read on. He seems very enigmatic.
Yes,
Plus-
considering his origins, or, well, lack thereof, he would be.
Exactly. So much that I've learned seems to revolve around Mare Fortes. And now this.
It is
I
a
can't-
very interesting place.
I can't help but think that there might be some answers there.
Although, unfortunately, you probably won't be getting him anywhere south of continent that I can't fucking pronounce.
Did
In
I
the north,
correct?
Thoropel,
Why is that?
because the sweep is currently actively going. As of, well, today, essentially, the TS will be moving operations up north over the next probably 2, 3, 4 weeks, and then beginning to sweep up there. Considering he is high up in the investigation branch, he'll be quite busy over there. And that would likely be for the next few months. So essentially, he is effectively, well, rooted up there for the foreseeable future.
And then Bosk would ask, Xenophon telepathically,
How badly did you hurt him?
Enough.
He's alive?
Enough. You hear?
and Bosk stifles a laugh.
How hurt was he? Yes.
Yep.
He'll live.
Alright. Well, he'll live.
Bosk says out loud.
Do you
Well,
doubt my
it is
word?
not of paramount concern
Okay.
right now, at least I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly seems that way by what you're saying.
Well, we should plan to do some shopping. I will leave the potions here. Distribute them as you wish. I will go and buy another batch just in case.
Well, don't be worrying too much about me, because I need to be heading off. Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to go into the forest of doom and death with you all, I have work to do.
It was good to have you by our side then.
If you find yourselves up north, give me a ring. If you need anything,
Nods.
I can help you in regards to that.
We'll remember that.
I'll actually be taking a look and see if I can find this little group that Lucy has mentioned. So, we'll speak later.
That would be appreciated.
Kind of gives a bit of a wave. You all have a good day. I'll see you guys around eventually.
Lucy
Gerald
salutes.
gets up and kind of just heads on out.
Lucy salutes him on the way out.
He kind of gives like a salute, points at her.
Thodan waves. Desmond is kind of half-heartedly. So you have enough?
No, we lost Esaka.
Yep, that Sokka has work to do. Sokka has work to do.
We lost what?
Fuck.
Is that
best
character he really
character in
likes?
Oh.
Who
Best
killed
character
this?
in video game history.
Gerald really is very reminiscent of. Anyway.
Gerald will return eventually.
Hopefully.
Well, as he said, is essentially when you guys get up north, contact him and he'll give you guys a hand. But until then, he's a busy man.
Sooner than you may realize, you walk out the door and he's dead.
Fuck!
No, I knew that was a death flag.
That's like the Umineko shit. Someone walks through the door and he dies. Well, I suppose that's more potions for all of us.
Okay, so yeah, how's it distributed? Like, how many do we get each?
Let's see, you put it there, that was 17, 12, 9, 3. I mean, you can sort that thing out between yourselves as convenient.
Yep.
Yeah, we can figure this out later.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, considering there are 9 of us, I don't know if like passion or something will like accompany us and take some potion, but like for example for the superior healing, we could probably take 1 each.
Passion sits up, and well, if that's all, I think I'll be taking my leave.
Where are you going?
I never liked sitting so still. I just wanted to make sure that I was in the know about your plan.
Alright. Well then, I wish you good luck on your travels.
You as well, Copper Gold. Don't worry, I
See
think
you around.
we'll be seeing each other in time.
What's the roll perception?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Perception, 6.
As you're seeing, crashing off, you realize, right, you left something on the table.
Yeah, what?
You realize, like, wait, Gerald left something on the table.
Oh, can I take a look at what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it looks to be an amulet of some sort.
Oh. Can I try to? I guess I'll like sit like back where I was correctly and look at the amulet while also having it in clear view for potentially Basque or Codex to see. Can I try to see what it is?
Well, based off just like looking at it, it looks like a charm of some sort.
Can I tell?
Probably magical.
Can I tell if anything's off of this? If anything, I mean.
Oh wait, I have the identify spell, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I can probably just waste a spell slot to identify it immediately.
Alright, so essentially you take about a minute to identify it, because take a minute to cast it, and you see that it is this.
So, plus one used.
You can ritual cast it for 10 minutes if you want.
Yeah, but I don't think we really want to sit around for 10 minutes just to identify it.
That's fair.
Yeah. Considering we're about to like go shopping, so I mean, hey, it's a first level spell. It's fine.
Yeah, that's only about two. Yeah, that's only 2 slots or spell points.
That's literally all. Oh yeah, 2 spell points.
Yeah.
I have like 32 left, so I could get 16 more.
But
That is what was left on the table.
Period of wound closure. While you wear this pendant, you stabilize whenever you're dying at the start of your turn. In addition, whenever you roll a hit die to regain hit points, doubles the number of hit points.
That's perfect for you, Morsver.
Oh hey, the I'm alive pendant. Huh. Oh, that's convenient. Doesn't it belong to... okay, did Gerald like leave it there or did he forget it?
I'm pretty sure you left it there.
intentionally.
Okay, well I'm pretty sure I have like no attunement slots left, so...
Yeah, you might be a little tapped.
Actually I do have one left. Literally only one left. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess I'll take it. So, let's see.
Extra protect the bard.
Undying is the undying bard.
Morziver is the Terminator.
How much does it weigh?
It is almost weightless, 0.1.
Okay.
He's a
Well,
Terminator,
I guess this is pretty useful to have. I'm guessing he left it there for a reason.
Considering he left it literally right next to you, probably.
Yeah, that seems very convenient for someone who's like has death at his butt. So yeah, okay, attune to it. Hey. Flips a bird to the dice got trying to murder Morsey. Literally is a whole like now everyone's like, fuck you dice god, you won't murder him.
Hey, quit trying to flip me, asshole.
Yeah, not anymore.
God.
And this asshole's trying to flip me.
Whee!
As you do that,
Spins a bird.
as you do that, doors open again and Passion returns. Oh, that's right. I just remembered something.
What is it?
She takes out what looks to be a kalimba.
A what?
A what?
A small wooden instrument with a bunch of teeth that you can play.
Oh.
That thing. Okay.
Oh?
I was like, what the fuck's a kalimba? But then I'm like, I googled and I'm like, oh, this thing.
Yeah. Have this.
Oh.
Should
Thank
help.
you.
Should help us keep in touch.
Oh. Mother nods. I'm pretty excited actually. Thank you very much.
Just muzzling you on the waves. Until next time. And
Until next time.
And then she leaves again.
That mother getting all that stuff.
So you now effectively have a kalimba of sending.
Did she make that? Like overnight?
No, you would know that she actually has one of these.
Oh.
And since the fact that she gave you one, you suspect that she probably... Actually, wait. Roll history.
Let's see. History, that's a +9. God, I'm so happy I got like these boost to proficiency in history and stuff.
Mm-hmm. You should test out the freaking Kalimba of sending. It's like the moment she walks out the door, send a message to her.
And roll investigation.
Okay, I think that's +4. Yes, it is.
So you take a look at this one and you think about it and you're like, this is hers.
Oh. That's... Damn, that's something.
So you suspect either she has another one or she just gave you this one.
Damn.
You're not sure. But you are sure that this is the one that she normally would use, and, well, she gave it to you.
Okay. Well, that's really generous of her. Damn. So, I guess, can I get a description for it? How it works?
Yeah, we'll get that to you later.
Okay.
So, Codex has a not cell phone, and you have a not barred phone.
The bard phone. God. Back in my day, we used.
Back in my day, we used friggin' bardic music to make phone calls.
No, no, this is Basque. It's like, back in my day, we used these vanilla sending stones.
Yeah.
Okay, Olivine.
Could have been worse.
All these young kids on their devices.
Could be worse. She
Gosh
could have
dang
given.
it,
She could have
these
given.
young kids.
She could have given you an oboe of sending.
That would
God.
have been amazing.
A boy of sending.
Oh boy, of sending.
But yeah. So I guess well, after like most of it can like carefully like store it away and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he would turn to Basque and Codex and be like, "Shall we go?"
Drugs.
Let's.
Notice Lucy hop off her seat as well.
Oh, Jasmine,
Yeah.
before we go.
Mm.
What is your customer What is your customer cap at the Bubbling Top currently?
You know, that's a very good question. That's a rework question. Bye.
What?
I don't actually know. That's math.
Well, that would depend. If staying, probably she would have like
Sorry, dining capacity. My bad.
oh dining capacity.
I studied for the fucking field and I still get the terminology wrong.
It happened.
Well, she doesn't have a lot of dining capacity because this is primarily a bar. And yeah, while she has bar food, it's mostly drinks.
Alright.
I'll try my best. You should also prepare.
And drops 10 platinum on the table in front of her.
Is your breathe a little
Alright.
bit? Whew.
Alright, let's go shopping.
Alright, have a good one. I'll try my best.
Jasmine like, ooh, shiny.
I'm going to kill Jasmine with the customer influx.
More like there's a
Well,
lot
she's-
of money.
Surely Teresa that's been in the bars.
Jasmine died from overworking. Your
Although
consequence
she might need to help her now.
No.
Alright.
If she underestimates the power of the Storm Herald saying, go the fuck to Bubbling Top.
Alright, and so with that we'll have a short break and then we shall get to Le Aswold.
Yes!
Oops. Here we go. So, as you enter the shop, the usual magical chime of the door frame rings out, and you'll find Aswell leaning against the counter, already looking in your direction, surprisingly. As soon as you all walk in, he points directly at you, Bask.
Okay, Tor Stormhild. What the hell was...
Aswell trails off as his gaze falls onto Lucy as she walks in. He then turns his finger on her.
You know what? I take that back. What the hell did you do to cause the whole world to start singing, Lucy?
Lady just freezes for a moment before she just raises her hands defensively. Come on! I'm barely even in the door and you're already blaming that on me? Is that really any way to greet an old friend?
Wait. You two know each other?
Aswell gives you and then her a flat look.
With her being around, allowed to run around amok on the plane, it's a... Alright, I can try that again.
Fair enough.
I was like, what did I just say something like an English word I
It's
don't
easier,
know?
don't mind
or-
me.
Yeah.
Aswell really
But they're
good.
allowed to run around amok on the plane. The miracle of Theus is even in one piece still. He just kind of rolled his eye.
Rude!
Uh,
I'm not that
again,
bad. She just
that
stands
is-
up straight.
Boss kind of looks at Lucy. Like, he isn't wrong though.
Just whose side are you on?
On mankind's survival, I suppose.
Aswell just stares at her. Okay, so maybe trouble does keep seeming to find its way to me, but nothing world-ending. Give me some credit at least.
I'm gonna approach the counter with the book thing in hand, along with the Anaclese Spark, and well, this.
Alright, we'll get that in just a minute.
It's like, hey, look at this.
He didn't look to her. You still haven't answered my question, nor are you denying it. He just kind of like folded his arms.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking it might have been my fault. Stares at her and some more before reaching over to her and when she's over here, flicking her forehead. The rather resounding thud. Ah! She closes her eyes, a little wince before holding her forehead.
Ethan looks between y'all. So what exactly was that singing, Lucy? It was as if the world itself began starting to sing. You know, it's a rather beautiful melody, really. But at the same time, God's damn terrifying because you could just feel the raw divine power in that hymn. What the hell was that?
Is at that
Only
point.
you would notice.
I would answer that with what I know in Old Earth as well. I'm not gonna bother typing all that out though. Mainly because I'm lazy.
Fair enough.
I mean, hey, it takes time.
So what all did you present to him?
The
Yummy.
I would have answered, well, along with what I said there, I would have answered his question about what that thingy was.
Did you show him the smart?
That was in hand, so...
Alright, just making sure. So Oswald just seeing that just slowly looks to Lucy and points at, is that what I think it is?
It's a background subject and it's kind of a big deal and maybe?
Yeah, you could say that. And with that, he spins on his heel and walks through the curtain. Come on back.
Follows.
Mm,
Gonna
Is he inviting like all of us or?
Yeah. He would have said, come on back, everyone.
Well then.
you're deep in the affairs of gods.
Well, I'm a little bit with follow. I mean, it's not really the area of expertise right now. It's
Uh,
Yeah, you want to start that over.
yeah.
it's a bunch of like wizard scholars talking to each other. For
Mm-hmm.
most part. Wizards.
Lucy then looks to you, Bosk, and then points towards, and then points a thumb back at the curtain. Don't let that old fly fool you. He's no stranger to the affairs of us gods. He just plays dumb around those who aren't. Hassel's actually been around for ages. It's almost as old as I am, believe it or not.
You know, no. And the boss just goes around and walks to the back. Like, no. I am not in the mood for this.
I
mean,
to
hey.
move this stuff.
You use a for magic, so.
Mo-
There we go, grab that.
Hi.
Ah, I forgot the wall.
Good job.
I'll fix that.
We need walls.
You need walls.
Walls are just a social construct.
Oh, so I guess that's that dagger in your ribs is a social construct too.
Yes, it is. I'm glad you noticed that it is.
Okay, now I copied it right.
Are you sure?
Perhaps.
Hopefully.
Uh. It's good though that they only usually seem to
Where
happen
exactly
during
does this spot
the
go?
mission parts.
There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, you can continue, Emma.
Alrighty. So, as you slip behind the curtain to the back of the shop, you notice a much larger room, and in much better shape than when Boss saw it the other day. To the left are some alchemical tables, as well as a large counter space with miscellaneous other alchemy-related equipment. All three of his apprentices appear to be busy toiling away at their own work. To the right are a bunch of miscellaneous boxes and crates with different markings signaling what's inside, ranging from potions to trinkets and... Did you see that right? One box in particular that is off away from the others has its contents ominously marked as DEATH! Exclamation mark.
Oh.
Knows exactly what that is.
Its contents are death.
Well, not exactly inaccurate, I suppose.
Azel waits by a pair of doors leading farther into the building, and open once, and heads inside once you enter the room.
Well, we're gonna get like looked at the trade and Bass and the trade and Bask again. Oh,
Lucy
Like,
follows
just
suit, just shortly
that.
behind him.
Just don't. Or you might experience death again.
Again.
Entering the
Yeah.
room.
I don't want to attempt it.
Uh huh. Entering this next room, it feels very formal. A large table is with several chairs encompasses almost the entirety of it. Large chalkboard lines and north and south walls in space. This is without a doubt a formal conference room. Fuck you, Sarah.
Take a seat anywhere. And we'll hear about this mess that Lucy made.
All right.
Do we have a thing for it?
A what?
A map?
Look on the thing.
Oh,
Oh,
here.
to the
Okay.
light. Right.
Alright.
Lucy takes a seat. Lucy leans forward with a sigh. The home I inherit is called the Song of Creation. It's a catalyst to which greater beings like the Lady of Sand and Sea channel the divine power to literally mold entire new worlds into existence and shape them to the desired design. But it's also used for communication. It's how that we talk to us higher beings, as their children. We all innately recognize and understand the song creation, though we're incapable of using it. Azul folds his arms with difficult expression.
I figured a miracle of that skill is obviously divine in origin, but you say it's in regards to greater beings. Well, kind of cocks his head to the side a little. Just who the hell did it anyway, then? Seeing as it's in the nature of greater beings, Lady Sand and the Sea slain one another. So, who then is responsible for this?
I look towards the divine spark.
Bask would also look at it.
Well,
Might I see that for a moment?
Cautiously does so, just cause taking. Well, don't want just being careful here.
You're responsible with that. She gives him a mild glare for about a second before smiling.
He points at her. I don't want to hear anything about responsibility from you.
Fine,
So
fine.
takes a look at it and he's just like, oh. I don't really know what to say. The chronicler.
Yes. Someone created by the ladies themselves.
She's made of ether.
she was hastily made. Precisely. It was right before the ladies. What was it again? Right before.
What
the
exactly did she say in regards to her creation?
I don't exactly remember why it was.
Who is he asking?
Asking all of you.
Eee.
I guess he's trying to understand why she's a Viper and not like the other defense part.
How much of it can be said? I forget.
Most of it.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
shit.
that which I can say. I don't remember how much I cannot though.
So she said she's a doll made of ether. Well, that would explain why she's just a divine spark. She cannot make her own body. So I suppose you could say she's perfectly fine in here. She just, well, she doesn't have a body. And if what Lucy's saying is true, then being that she effectively spent her body in order to do that little song of hers.
That is why we are also in a bit of a hurry.
A hurry in regards to what? He then takes the spark and hands it back to Codex.
For her existence.
I put it back where it was.
As
in
one.
her-
Go on, sorry.
In a hurry regarding her existence, we have barely how many months?
3.
We have barely 3 months to save her from oblivion.
Oh, no pressure.
We what the fuck did I just say? We essentially have to travel, well, half the world in 3 months to ensure that the chronicler does not fall into oblivion for all eternity.
He then looks to Lucy. Well, you have the right person to do exactly that.
Thankfully so.
And that is also why I'm working on penning this book, places it on the thing.
I'm doing all I can to help them get to where they need to
Oswald
do.
takes a look at it. Wow, this is... He like thumbs through some of the pages. I didn't even know this about ether. In regards to this, oh.
And that book would have that would have had well, pretty much everything that could be, like, could say /pen about Anaklisi.
No, he kind of takes like, about 15 minutes reading over it. This will go a long way in helping them, at least as far as once it's finished. Yeah, so he takes it and slides it back to you. Bring it by to me once you have the tome finished, and I'll add my seal to it. Because everything I see seems to check out from what I know.
Actually, what all would I need to have it properly finished?
You're gonna need to get the materials, probably from the city hall, to make it proper.
Okay, and from there, what else?
Time.
Time.
How much time are we talking?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It was like
About a few
60 hours,
ounces.
50 hours.
It's like 2 months, 2 months, like 1 day short of 3 months.
A few hours.
You also need 10 ounces of time.
Mhm.
Nani?
Why would pouring an herb onto a thing help?
It'll give you more time.
So,
Do you have any shame for that?
as well, I have some requests I must make.
Oh boy.
It's like, oh god. Well, some more healing potions as well as potions of restoration would be nice.
Well, I can't help you with those because I still have yet to make a bunch.
Yeah, you pretty much like. took
Yeah, I
all
bought
the-
everything.
Because-
What about any other kinds of potions than healing?
Well, I do have some others on hand.
I'll buy your entire stock.
This is. Moldova can just like tap on his shoulder, like, just a reminder, we still have a lot of other things to buy.
And Bask looks at you with, bitch, I have thousands of platinum. Well, not exactly your entire stock, but
Essentially some useful things to have, yeah.
right.
I'll get with you later in regards to that.
After all,
Particularly, so where exactly are you all going?
about that, we are going into the forest without Ken.
So we're going into death, essentially. We kind of need everything we can be prepared with.
Right.
He just like slowly eyes Lucy.
Don't look at
Of
me.
course you are.
I didn't do this.
I give you 10 minutes before something kills you.
Oh god.
She just kind of then
Okay.
looks towards Yuba. It's like, you wouldn't let that happen, would you?
You can't just pull the lolly voice out on me. Fuck you.
You are the immortal one here. Why? I might just to see how quickly you come back to life.
Well, you'd probably die in a short time afterwards if you do that.
No, but all joking aside, might want to keep a close eye on her in there.
We are aware of the kind of.
Because this little girl is hazard prone. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong, and it will happen to her.
All right.
But I can also
I've
help
spent
you
enough
navigate
time
them.
out in the field with her to know this much.
I have been. Well, I am used to carrying my siblings on my back, so. How do you feel about backpacking, Lucy?
Sure.
Sounds like a great way to get yourself killed, if you ask me. Albot says, just kind of crossing his arms with a smirk.
Why, that is why we are here, asking for everything to prevent that. Oh,
Yeah.
and what is the last time you have had a bit time off, as well as your apprentices?
Shrugs. Beats me.
How many apprentices did he have again? 3?
Yes,
Yeah,
they are
it's
in the
three.
other room.
Yeah.
3 little brats.
Boss would then take 4 platinum coins and essentially roll them across the table to Aswold.
Go to the bubbling top tonight. Have a good time.
He looks at you a little bit confused for a moment. But then you see almost gears start to turn as his confusion kind of turns to like a smirk. And he just silently points at you. I'll be sure to ask for any work that you might have.
I'm sure that the owner would love that. Consider a
So
Storm Herald's suggestion.
So why precisely are you going into the forest?
About
Like, what's there? Other than death and who knows what else.
Well, remember that box that you labeled death?
Yeah, so you like that much? Because you open the contents and you will die.
Exactly. There may be a whole lot more of that in there. A whole lot more potent stuff than just that.
Wait, is it like some sort of like pollen of like that one flower or some shit?
Oswald kind of raised an eyebrow. You found number 6?
We found number 6.
Of course no one's found it. It's in the middle of Forest of Doom.
Most of them just like, the fuck are they talking about?
It's like, what? Mozaver can ask.
Can I ask what?
What the fuck are talking about?
Oh, that's in regards to the Aether Tuning Lab.
Oh.
Yes, that is what it stands for.
Yeah, right. Like, did Moldover even like go to that place before? I think like only once when we first got potion from it, but that's it. Or maybe not even. Yeah, no, this is the first time he came here.
Yeah, he's been here once.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Regarding like what they mean.
Wait a minute.
Is it
Is this a functioning one?
functioning one? Is he talking to Moldover?
Talking to boss.
Oh, okay.
At least that is the presumption, yes. The rumor says that it is functioning, yes.
He kind of glances over to Lucy, then back here. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's not just ruins.
As an aside note, because of how close Codex is sitting, I'm just imagining that while he's talking, he's got an arm wrapped around Codex. Let's be.
Oh, the reason went there is just because it'd be convenient in handling the thing for.
Uh-huh.
So, why visit these when the goddess is a little preoccupied?
It suggested that it would basically a hint that it might be in best, from what we gather, might be in best interest.
Well, I can actually tell you exactly why she wants you to go there.
Oh, really?
Coxhead.
Why so?
He just kind of grins.
Would I be able to piece it together? Would I? I'm gonna insight actually.
Actually, nah, I think it's more fun not to. Let me put it this way. As far as why she wants you all to go there, so she can get a new body. As far as how that happens, well, that would be telling. He says that with a grin.
Oh no!
A new body?
I take
Hey.
it you're gonna want some Aether lessons when you get back.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Hey, Mozava, remember our familiars?
Yeah. Oh.
Granted, that one wasn't functioning correctly.
Oh. No way.
No matter the age, can't forget to be a child sometimes. Lucy comments.
Right.
Are we going to get fucking key for magic?
Well, if there is a functioning chamber there, I imagine Thopma would want to just wipe that off the map as much as possible, because if it's functioning, that means people can then become attuned to Ether through that. Which then means that they can use Aether.
Are you implying we should watch out for them?
Well, it's not a matter of you should watch out. I personally do not know exactly how the process works. I just know that those labs are for attuning people to Aether, through exposure through Ether, and the fact that the Chronicler has mentioned you to bring her there means that she intends to create her own body again through the exposure of that Ether. But even I don't know how she plans to do that, because who knows how much Ether would be needed to do such a thing. So clearly she knows something that we do not. But yeah, I suspect that is precisely the goal of going there. And she knows it too. She just can't say. He says, pointing at Lucy.
She just shrugs.
I imagine the Skybreaker did as well. Oh, looks like you've got your work cut out for you. You get to go through a forest of death, and if you happen to survive, hey, I can teach you how to use some Aether spells.
Wow.
Lisa then looks to you, Malzavar.
Who?
You, for a moment, is like,
Wait, who
ah.
is watching?
Lucy is looking at you, Malzavar.
Oh.
Ah, I see. Fancy.
He turns toward Lucy and kind of was a confused expression. What is it?
She just comments. That's fancy. Really surprising.
Before, well,
Can
before
I try to
head
can I try to see what she's referring to?
Roll. Roll intelligence.
Is it the amulet or whatever? Like the no.
Roll intelligence.
Okay, will we check intelligence before?
You think about it for a moment, and you figure she probably recognized the amulet. I don't know if you have it. I don't know if you have it out showing.
Oh yeah, you mean like the holy symbol?
Yeah, the holy symbol. I don't know
Yeah,
how
he
you
does
hold
have
it.
it out.
You have it out?
He doesn't. He has it around his neck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't really tries to hide it.
The holy symbol.
Oh, this. Like he can like put his hand below the pendant. Lifting it up. And like you mean this?
Yeah.
What's so surprising about it?
She has a bit of a smirk. There's only one person with that aura.
That is true. But she did a lot for me, so I thought it was only fitting. Sorry, I don't have anything more to say.
That's
I'm
fair.
just making plans after I'm here to hit up the city hall and gather stuff to do that tome.
Yeah. Da, 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 da. Maman? I see
Yes.
activity. There you go.
Boss.
Yes.
Yeah, as well. Make some gestures with his hand, and you recognize this as spellcasting that you don't recognize.
So I guess you don't
Bask's eyes.
And as he motions with the hand, and everything around you slows down. Bosk is in bullet time.
What? What? Yes.
Not you.
Not you.
No, not you. Everything else is slow, but you.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Okay. What is
So
this?
I could like
There you go.
like speaking slowly.
You guys see Bosk
Yeah.
looking around like he's like a bird. His head starting to...
Recognize what's going on.
I
You
think
have
it's
no idea what the hell that was.
Alright.
After a few seconds, it fades.
Bask says like, Busk says like what and those who recognize fucking quick speech would recognize that as, what did you do to me, Aswold?
What in the
Points at you.
Hmm.
Inertia stabilization. That is an embodying aether spell.
That is quite handy.
There's another one that's even faster, but, well, let's just say that that one might hurt a little bit.
I'd rather not.
Well, anyway, if there's anything else you all might need, let me know. But until then, I will get with you and see what we have for some potions to help you out.
Well, seeing as I don't have anything else immediate, I'm gonna make my way over to the city hall place to get the stuff, and then head back wherever, somewhere to start penning that out. I'm working on it.
You might want to go to a general store
store?
to get stuff.
Yeah, and I guess
That can essentially be handled later. But, so, I believe with that, with your shopping trip in tow, is where we will end the session.
I'll pick up next time as you set out into the forest without Can, I believe.
No. We will go across the freaking bear hole just giving platinum coins to everyone.
Well, we'll figure
Well,
that out.
after that, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, well, before we head off, I want to at least get this thing ready to be fucking co-signed. Or I would want to, just so that's...
Well, like I said, unless you got like 50 hours to spare.
Oh, 50 hours? I heard 15.
Oh no.
Alrighty. Now, is the 4th day of the week yet?